All right. Dr. Joyce Caldwell and Reverend Marilyn Miller of Racial Equity LLC have worked together in this work for over 30 years, and they have roots as leaders in the Lutheran Human Relations Association. Reverend Marilyn Miller is a lifelong Milwaukeean, just down the road from my hometown of Green Bay, Wisconsin, home of the 13-time world champion Green Bay. Sorry. Her first call and still one of her passions is teaching, and she's been engaged in that in some way for the last 40 years. She's recently retired. Congratulations. Repositioned, all right. As pastor of the Lutheran Church of Reformation on the north side of Milwaukee, and she's a past president of MICA, which is Milwaukee Inner City Congregations Allied for Hope, a community grassroots organization, yeah. Dr. Joyce Caldwell is a skilled adult educator and has written several resources on race, culture, and white privilege. Her dissertation was a study of one ELCA congregation to unpack factors that foster or hinder a congregation in growing and authentic multicultural relationships. She's a retired university professor and associate university provost. And I turn it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a delight to be with you in person. We've met some of you from the Northwestern Minnesota Synod Commission online, but there's actually whole people. And that's always a delight to see. And this is going to be a practice for us in doing this hybrid. We've done a lot over the last 2 years on Zoom, and we've done a little bit now in person, and it's getting used to again, because we used to just be able to hit breakout rooms. People would be gone. You can hit it and they come back and with people in the room. So we're going to have you kind of pretend like, you know, you come back quickly when we come back, because we have a really packed schedule. And for you on Zoom and you in the room, hopefully you have your schedule in front of you. And this will be important because we put all of the small group questions on the schedule so that we can keep you actively engaged and moving back and forth. So you'll see it's a full schedule. We have a tight timeline. We'll probably move through some things kind of quickly, but we do have breaks built in, just so you know that we do have those breaks. The learning outcomes are listed on the schedule, so you can look at that for yourselves. And all of the handouts you should have in your packet that we'll be going through. We'll be showing a lot of those. And for you on Zoom, we hope that you can have those hard handouts in front of you always to watch as we go through. For you on Zoom, we have people who will be monitoring the chat. So when you want to participate or share something with a large group, you can put it in there or raise your hand so that the person monitoring can be sure to call on you and that we see you. So we're trying to keep everybody talking to one another on the screen and in the room. And yeah, so with the size of the group, we normally would have much more large group interaction there. That will be more limited. So we're hoping from the discussions you have in your small group that you'll keep talking with one another and share those insights during breaks and say, this is what we talked about. What did you hear? And hopefully as synods, as you go back or within your conferences, you can continue these conversations and then reflect on how do you take that back to your congregations? Where and how are you being prepared to walk this journey with the rest of your people in your synods? So I'm going to walk through first a few group guidelines. So just some guidelines for us as we work through this process together. The first is to respect each person's journey. I mean, the reality is we all are on very different places on this journey of anti-racism. Some people have lived it all of their lives. Some people have kept it at bay without not having to think about it for all of their lives. But this is that journey of trying to be honest with one another. And it's really important to respect each person's journey, to listen carefully in your small groups to one another, to challenge where there might be things to be challenged, but to do that with respect and to recognize that we've all been taught in different ways and we all have things to unlearn and we all need to listen deeply and attentively with care to one another. Listen to each other's stories. And as we do a lot of small group breakout, it's really listening with our hearts. I'm not listening to think, what am I going to say when I share, but listening to really be present, fully present with one another. Be willing to share and grow. That's a critical piece, to be vulnerable with one another. That this is a space to maybe say those things that sometimes we're afraid to say, but to look at this as a brave space where we can share those things that are hurtful, share those vulnerabilities, be able to open ourselves up to learn and to grow in some deep ways. Speak only for yourself. You can't speak for all people of any groups or all of our own group. Speak only for yourself. Share time for everyone to speak. We'll be keeping track of time for some of the pieces in the small group where it's really important that everyone has time to share their story. At other times, it'll just be, we'll give you a time, but just make sure you all know how to do that, to monitor and make sure that everyone in your group is having time to share. And respect confidentiality. So you all know when things are shared in confidence, to hold that. Always to be willing to share your learning with people when you go back, but to also hold, not share someone's story who has not given permission for that. So just a general, do those guidelines sound good? Okay. And we take that as a yes from all those on Zoom too.
I hear no objection.
Okay. So just a brief piece of our process. So as Bishop Tess said, both Marilyn and I came out of Lutheran Human Relations Association, which was a national not-for-profit independent organization that came out of both Missouri Synod and the predecessor ELCA church bodies. And we really worked, it was a very multicultural group. Story was critical. How do we share our stories with one another? And using story as a way of knowing that as adult learners, we learn through our own experiences and sharing of our own stories. And our story is a way of knowing that when we tell our story one time, it might be different another time. And that because the moment has changed. And as we share it, there can be those, that's how that formed and shaped me. That's what that meant. That's how this came to be and why some of these messages jump up for me. So using story as a way of knowing and grounding in biblical story. We are here as part of the church. And we heard the reading at the beginning. We're grounded in God's story, and it's God's love that connects us. We have become broken in that. And we'll explore some of the brokenness, but remembering that we are grounded in that story and we'll give you one model here. We have others, but starting with the biblical story in your congregations can be a way for people to enter into this work in ways that doesn't feel as threatening. And we can say, oh, okay, that's where I see myself in this story in the Bible. And what does that mean? You know, that good Lutheran question. What does this mean? Oops. I didn't want to go there. And using adult learning principles. So we're all teachers, we're all learners. We come to this to use our own experiences for that learning. Lots of small group interaction in that, the importance of sharing the stories. And we will be presenting some tools that we hope you can also use so that some of you will be staying for our training of the trainers, but there are some pieces in this that we hope aren't rocket science that you can just take and use in your congregation and start the conversations. Because starting with that story is that critical place to start. And learning as this lifelong journey. So we're going to jump in, and you all have this diagram to look at ahead of time. I want you to just think again now about where you are. And this came from Dr. Andrew Ibrahim from the University of Minnesota. And his training is in surgery, architecture, and health sciences. And he realized he really couldn't develop stronger health services without understanding it. Well, we can't understand our work within the church without understanding racism. So this is it down so I don't touch it. So in thinking about this, thinking about where you are on here, in sort of that fear zone where there's kind of that uncomfortableness about talking about race, or the learning zone where it's really about reaching out to listen to others, asking questions. It's a place of becoming more vulnerable. And or the growth zone where it's really that place of constantly asking, constantly being aware, being uncomfortable, being willing to speak out. And this is also fluid. We can move back and forth, and you can very easily be somewhere in between on this. But for the sake of just getting a sense of who we are on Zoom and who's in the room, we're going to do a quick poll on this. So on Zoom, you're going to have a poll in front of you to indicate which zone you're in. And in the room, we're just going to have you stand up. So they're doing the poll online. So in the room here, if you think you're in the fear zone, stand up. Learning zone. And growth zone. It's some kind of in between, yeah. Sometimes we're learning, sometimes we're growing, sometimes we're back for a moment in fear, and then we go back and forth. Okay, and it looks like on the poll that
It's good news because we take the middle.
yes. You're also very much in the learning zone. And okay, so now, first time of getting into small groups. So on your page, questions, is a chance to talk about this with each other. And we'll just give you probably about 12 minutes for this. So if you're thinking about timing, you know, it's about 3 minutes a person. It's not going to be long, but just dipping a toe in the water to get started in your small group. Share who you are. You might already know each other, but you know which synod you're from, your geographic location within your particular synod, and then which zone do you put yourself in and why. If you have time, you can talk more about what brings you to this work, but I think you'll probably just have time to share your zone and why you're there. So the people on Zoom will go into breakout rooms and you have your table there. So take 12 minutes and we'll let you know in about a 2-minute warning. And be able to give that next question, that next itch, that next piece to make them uncomfortable enough to ask that next question for a step, not too uncomfortable that the wall comes up and there's resistance. So it's always thinking about where was I and how do I help that? Never letting people become comfortable, but referring back to kind of those zones to think, what are some of those things people are thinking about when they're at that place? And how can I just say, well, and ask that question, well, why do you think that? Or why did you say that? Or maybe where did that come from? To help people have to do their own thinking through and self-reflection. Again, their own story and experiences. So we're going to move on to starting to share our stories. All right. Good morning again, everybody. Right. So I would submit to you that not only is this useful when we're talking about like
the issue of racism, but any issue of division, right? And we know right now we're living in very divided times. So these are good tools to even think about using if it's just a person that you have a very different philosophical view with, to find out where they stand and how they got there, right? And what are they thinking that informs that? Because then you can frame or reframe your conversation so that, again, the doors can stay open. Because, you know, once they close, we know we've lost family members. People don't speak to each other anymore. People don't call each other anymore because of these divisions, right? So one of my friends says, diagnosis determines treatment. So you have to do the assessment. You have to look at where we are, who we are, how we are being, to understand then what we need to do, right? How do we act? So we're now going to share a little bit deeper on our own stories with each other. Here's a short quote from Dr. King that talks about the fact that I don't care how much we don't want to be connected, we are connected. Whether we admit it or not, we belong to one another, right? And what you do affects me and what I do affects you. And we know that by things that are happening in the world and around us. So it does make a difference. Dr. King said, in a real sense, all of life is interrelated. We, all of us, people, are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in one single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all. And whatever affects all indirectly affects one. I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be, right? This grounds us and it emanates from our holy stories. This is holy work. This is holy work. This is soul work, right? So it's not just, diversity, equity, inclusion, check the box work, which is how a lot of people want to approach it. But we're talking something much deeper here in the church, right? All of these stories matter. All of these stories shape who we are, and our stories matter. This is what we bring into the work. So we have to know our own stories before we start trying to talk to somebody else about theirs. It's a critical piece and it's a gift. So we want to lift that up. So Joyce and I are going to model for you a short exercise that you can use with, your congregations, any group, any people that you're trying to get to know a little bit better. You have the questions on the bottom of your page, I think on your first page, that I will be referring to about sharing stories. So you're going to tell a little bit about your past, what you know about, a little bit of your history, and then share something good that you've experienced in your life or something good about your culture, and then share something that may be a little hard or itchy about your culture or your journey, right? Because we're, again, all in different places. So whatever we got to bring to the table, that's what we bring to the table. So recently, a couple of years ago, one of my uncles did a DNA test, and we were able to find out that on my father's side, that we have roots from Guinea-Bissau, West Africa. That's something that I never thought I would know in my whole life, that where from the motherland is our trail, right? Where do we start to come into this place from? So that was very exciting. We're doing that work on my mother's side right now with my sister and my mother. So we're looking forward to learning what that part of the story is. My mother's parents, Wade and Ellie Austin, were born in Kosciuszko, Mississippi. My father's parents, Elijah and Frank Crump Sr., were born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So I got Southern roots. So when you look at right where the path goes, so those families from the South then migrated in the Great Migration to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And basically, everybody knows there was all these factories and all this, work that people could get. And people saw this as an opportunity to have a different life. My grandparents on my mother's side, they actually owned their land. And it is a gift that we still have the land, because many people's land was taken from them, stolen from them. We know this, the indigenous peoples, everybody's taken the land from them. So this is, again, a piece of our journey. My father, they worked on somebody else's farm. So that was one of the reasons why they did not want to stay there, because they were beholden to somebody else. But they both came up north, each had brothers that came up, got established, got a job at one of the factories, and then they started sending for the other family members. It sounds like a normal, right, migration story, right? That people do that. That's what people do. We made it. We got something. We got a house. You can come stay with us. Come, right? And so because each had siblings working in a particular plant, Falk Corporation, they crossed paths. And then that's how my parents got together. I'm the eldest of 5. And I'm very blessed. I have great memories of growing up with my siblings, with my parents, have a very strong foundation in my life and for my life. So one of the good things was that work ethic. You ain't gonna outwork me. Okay. We all say that, right? I'm gonna work. But also this strong sense of you always want to be making yourself better, right? And education was the thing, right? Because they didn't get a chance to have an education. They said, you have to have an education. So they pushed us, they helped us, they pulled us, whatever they could do to help us become educated. So it was a good thing, right? We got these tremendous tools that we get to work with in the world. One of the challenges, though, was as I look back in my journey, and I didn't know what it was, I didn't know what to call it, but I felt it. It was visceral when I would hear people from my own family like call each other names or put each other down or put other people who look like us down. Right? It's called internalized racial oppression. I didn't know what that was at that time, but I would see it and I was like, why would somebody call? Why would you say that to somebody, right? This is supposed to be your brother or your cousin or whatever. And that pain, right, that people carry, this is all related to racism. No, the learning that white is right, then other things get compared to that and they're not good enough. They're not good enough. And that tenor was in the air when I was growing up. So that was one of the things that kind of helped to shape me as I looked at who I am and how I am in the world. Joyce, I invite you to talk about the story.
So excuse me, I was born to Urban August Valentin and Arlene Louise Holderouche. So it was very German on both sides of my family. And who I am means that I'm able to trace my ancestry back. So my 5 generations ago, there were 5 boatloads that left an area that's gone back and forth between Germany and Poland, but it was Pomerania. And these 5 boatloads left Pomerania to come to this country, and they came through Buffalo, New York, settled north and west of Milwaukee, and were able to buy land and have a farm. And so 5 generations later, I grew up on the farm that my great-great-grandparents bought and started farming. And So I was born then to my parents growing up on a farm, and that the culture I identify more with is that rural farming culture. That's the culture that really formed me. But that German culture that was kind of hidden. So my parents grew up speaking German. I actually learned from my mother recently. She didn't start to speak English until she went to grade school, 5 generations. Now we expect people to learn English like that if they're an immigrant. But that was the piece that then in World War II, that connection with kind of that German heritage was cut off. So my parents never spoke German to us. And there wasn't much I could have identified, although it was that invisible culture of that German culture that was going on, of stoicism, of working hard, of just, you know, you talk about feelings a lot, you just get through. So from that rural farming culture though, and that whole piece of growing up, the 3 values that really shaped and formed me that were good were God, family, and land. So it was church every Sunday for us. It was morning and evening devotions that we would have together as a family. It was just part of who we were as a family that shaped us of being part of the church. And my grandmother taught Sunday school, and I, can still picture being in the basement kitchen, learning and going to Sunday school. And the second piece of that was family. So a large extended family. My grandparents lived upstairs in the farmhouse. We went to every cousin's and aunt and uncle's birthday for all those celebrations, large Thanksgiving and Christmas gatherings where you would spend the number of days of Christmas in that whole week going to everybody's house. So it was just this being surrounded by extended family and land. So growing up on the land, it's still the place I need to go to reconnect and find wholeness and refreshment. It would always amaze me. My father could walk out and pick up the piece of hay and chew on it or whatever he did and know when it was ripe to cut, or feel the corn and know when it was the right moisture content. Now they have all kinds of machines and things for that. But it was that piece of just being connected to the land. It was also those same 3 values that were hard in different ways. So we belonged to an ALC, American Lutheran Church, one of the predecessor bodies. And my mother had grown up Wisconsin Synod. So those who know the Lutheran kind of landscape know that that was a little bit more conservative. But that school and church were nearby. So my parents sent us to the Wisconsin Synod school. And then we would go to church on Sunday. And the catechism language was a bit different, but I had to know which place I was and how to recite it. So, there was a lot of mental acuity in this that was really helpful. That wasn't the part that was hard, though. It was when the kids at the school would be going to practice singing for Christmas Eve, or anytime they were going to sing in church, we would all walk from the school to the church, and all the kids would be up in front practicing. And my sister and brothers and I had to sit in the last pew in the back because we wouldn't be there. And it was like, well, if God loves everyone, it doesn't feel like that here. So there was this piece of that paradox. And family was loving, good, supportive, kind of quiet, not expressing a lot, but always knew that I was supported. And yet I can remember as a little girl sitting on the back steps at the house and crying and wondering, when will I ever be good enough? And this sense of, expectations, unspoken, but yet that what does it mean to be good enough? I don't remember what I had done, but that was there. And land, so lived on a farm, went to this more country Wisconsin Synod school, and then to go into the city for high school, I knew that to be called farmer was to be seen as less smart. not as good as, not really included in things. And so tried to hide part of who I was from the students that I was in school with. My closest friends knew where I lived, but I tried not to really share that with others. So the paradox of the things that are good can also be the things that are hard.
We're going to give you an opportunity now to share something of your stories. And so you have questions at the bottom of the page there for people on Zoom. Hopefully you have your questions. So we'll give you 5 minutes each. So Joyce will set the timer and ring the little bell and make sure that you know you need to move on. So don't get too caught up in one piece, all right? Kind of move yourself along. So introduce yourself, tell if you know anything about your grandparents or parents, who they were, where they came from. Share something that was good about your culture, your values within your family, or something that you're proud of, right? Could be any of those things. Share something that was difficult about your background or culture. What caused you a struggle? It is important to be able to be vulnerable in this work. If you cannot be vulnerable, if you're not willing to go there, it will be hard to touch the holy places in other people because there's a wall that you're going to keep up. So you got to be willing and able to say, I ain't perfect. I got flaws too, like everybody else. So we'll give you 5 minutes each. Whoever wants to start, but somebody be bold in your group and get us started, and we'll just keep you moving along. And then we'll take a little bit of feedback from that. What rose up for you? All right, what are you thinking? What did you notice? All right, okay? All
And
right.
if you have 3 in your group, then you can take a little bit
Yeah, a little
longer.
bit
But
more
I'll
time.
ring the bell at each 5-minute interval, just so you can manage time.
Now we're gonna get to try this Zoom in the room, back and forth, responses, questions. So this is our first chance at this. So we want to just get a little bit of feedback. So what were your thoughts and feelings? Let's just start with that. Thoughts and feelings. If somebody, you could let me know, if somebody put something in the chat, or if they raise their hand and they'd like to respond to this. Thoughts and feelings as you were sharing your stories. Yes.
So in our group, you just brought up now, so I'm gonna say it too, that we find ourselves in this very white area and realizing that it's cross-cultural the whole time. We just have to learn from our native neighbors and talk about this land that we've grown up on and was so, look right here is nothing.
Bam. Right there, you didn't even see it. Now let me know if they can't hear, because we had a mic and we can move this mic around. Joyce can take the mic and get it. People can't hear people in the room. Hopefully we can hear people on the Zoom if they say something. So do we have any,
Can you repeat that? So it will,
yeah.
well.
So you have to say the whole thing all over again. That was one of my concerns because you all are so far from these mics here, so.
At the bottom.
Nobody knows how to do that.
Is it on?
Yep.
No?
You got that?
Okay,
Okay.
All right. Woo-hoo.
so at our table, we talked about finding ourselves in a very white area of the United States, very Caucasian, and then realizing that we have cross-cultural issues and opportunities right in front of us
Mhm. All right,
with the Native American background.
wonderful, great. So anybody else in here, we can just pass the mic along and, yes, over here, we got a response. Yep, right there.
I wanted to build on that idea because when we were talking at our table about how racism showed up in our backgrounds, it was Native American racism that was the prevalent theme. And when we talked about how we didn't know how to think about people who were Black or brown or from anywhere in the East. And we're like, because we were so homogenous that we didn't get a chance to develop strong prejudice against those groups at that point, but we just kind of put all our energy into a lot of the Native American prejudices that are.
And I have to acknowledge, I usually try to remember these things, but it is that whiteness that takes over. One of the things I need to acknowledge, the land I grew up on was Menominee land. It then became Potawatomi, but even growing up, my father would occasionally find arrowheads. And I just talked to a person recently who, is a Native American scholar, is Native herself, Oneida. And she said, if you could still find one of those arrowheads, she would be able to tell me if it was for sure Menominee or Potawatomi. But given the length of time of the land, likely the farm I grew up on, that was Menominee land and was still.
All right.
One person in the chat shared that they like the show on PBS, Finding Your.
Oh, I love that show. I love that show. It's a really good show. And you learn a lot of history from listening to them tell other people's stories, and it's fascinating. So yes, way back there.
Hi, Marilyn, I'm just towards the end of a book called The Warmth of Other Suns. I don't know if you have, you probably have read that, but it's a great story. And when you were telling your story, Marilyn, I'm about 90% through, but what that does, it follows three families as they emigrated from the south to the north, and the prejudice that they also found in the north. And so, when you told your story, Marilyn, I highly recommend. I don't know if you do too, Marilyn, but I highly recommend.
Yes.
It's called The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkers. And I also grew up on an Indian reservation, the Wampum System Indian Reservation. And so, and we talked about that. I think we're Norwegian and German, but we also would like to. We also thought of the land that we grew up on, and when we do that, then we have a full new perspective. That we have inherited wealth, really, and that this has given us advantage throughout our life.
Thank you very much. You'll hear a lot of connections later as the things that you all are sharing. You'll hear the weave of how this tells our story, right? What connections or differences? Did you find connections any place? I hear people have lifted up some of the differences that you noticed as you were growing up, but as you were sitting there at your tables, were there any connections across life experiences or ideas? What was promoted, what was good, what was challenging? Were there any connections that anybody found?
Strong families.
Strong family, support family, love family, all that family was a strong thing. Okay, yes.
For me, it was affirming to hear another person who did not grow up in a primarily Scandinavian culture. So that's sharing the same frustration of still trying to translate this culture from where we grew up.
Right.
A couple of comments from our friends on Zoom. We all shared a strong value for education. All of us were raised to value faith and education. Sorry, there's more people. It was neat to hear very different backgrounds valuing this. Those in our group shared about our immigration past, which causes me to think about our appreciation for our work with LSS and Lutheran Immigrant Refugee Services. I never realized that the not good enough message I heard was related to my German culture until Joyce named it. So that was a couple different people's comments.
That gave me chills. I tell you, that gave me chills. Because think about the cultures in the Lutheran church, right? So when we think about the cultural bases in the Lutheran church, this is what we're swimming in. We still swim in it, right? It's embedded in the structure, the systems, how we do, what we do, how we say, what we say, all of that, right? Very important. All right,
Okay. While you're walking, I'll share these.
okay.
A commonality, Stoic culture, not a lot of expression and body language, saying things rather than words. In our group, we discussed that none of us feel a sense of home to any one place or land, all pretty transient. Okay, go Pastor.
Very good.
What I experienced in the sharing was, we all had our crowds, but we all had shared stories of addiction or mental health issues and poverty and vulnerabilities. They were the captivating part of the story. And that's, I think, beautiful. That whole Brené Brown, be vulnerable is to be strong. So I thought that was cool.
Great. So one last question, anything that you just learned about yourself or that you appreciate about being able to do this and think about it as a tool for the future? Yep, got one there, Joyce. Yeah.
I just think it gave me more space to think about it. I want to think about it more. And I think I would have benefited in my sharing if I would have had time to write it out just to really delve deep. But that's something that I can do by myself later.
There you go. And as we close out this time, that's what I want to encourage you to do. To now go back, take these questions, sit with them. You may even need to go back and talk to some people in your family about some of your history. Because a lot of this, if we didn't talk to our grandparents or talk to people who were older, we didn't even find these things out about our culture or where people came from. A lot of people came from families that, separated. And so they didn't hear one side of the story or the other. So if you have an opportunity still to connect with people on this, I would encourage you to do that, because if you don't, you just lose the opportunity. And these are, gaps in our own knowledge about ourselves that we never get to close. It's important to know who we are, why we are the way we are, why we do what we do, because all of this comes from all of these historical places and spaces and people in our lives. So we're going to,
Pastor Marilyn, there's two things that I think would go really well in the chat.
okay.
From what you just said. One person said, because of the racism work we're doing in the Synod, it caused me to think about the land my family owns in Nebraska. It was originally Omaha Nation. My niece works at the community school of the Omaha on the reservation. I'm contributing a portion of the income I received from the land to the Indian Community School in Macy, Nebraska. And then one last person said, I was relieved to hear that my family was not the only one that taught prejudice, and that others are struggling with forgiving our parents and grandparents.
Y'all.
So, all right.
We all are. All right, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Get up, walk around, get some, move it. We have to keep moving. You okay? So this is the hard part, because we're trying to do a lot in a little bit of time, right? Normally, we would have a little bit more time, but trying to maneuver all of this at the same time, we just have to Keep moving. And that's why you will need to have conversations and, on and on and on with people, because we just can't extend out the day that long for people. So we are getting ready to watch a video. And some of you may have seen The Danger of a Single Story. If you have not seen it, it's a TED Talk. And if you haven't gotten familiar with TED, TED, Technology, Entertainment, and Design is a wonderful tool, again, for opening up conversations about hard topics. To watch something together and then have a conversation about it, have a few questions about it. It's just a lot easier for people, so, and we like to be entertained. That's us, human beings. And there are all kinds of talks and just many that you can choose from. And a lot of them, I want to say, they have humor in them. And that's important. This is so crazy, we have to laugh about it sometimes. We're gonna cry about it, but we do have to laugh about the mess that we've gotten ourselves into here. So you're gonna watch this. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We'll watch a portion of it. So you can go back later and look at it yourselves, the rest of it at another time. But we'll look at that and then we're gonna put you into your small groups for some discussion and then take some feedback from it. Yes, so the person that you'll be listening to is Chimamanda Adichie, a Nigerian author. And this is her take on the danger of having a single story.
I'm a storyteller, and I would like to tell you a few personal stories about what I like to call the danger of the single story. I grew up on a university campus in Eastern Nigeria. My mother says that I started reading at the age of 2, although I think 4 is probably close to the truth. So I was an early reader, and what I read were British and American children's books. I was also an early writer. And when I began to write at about the age of 7, stories in pencil with crayon illustrations that my poor mother was obligated to read, I wrote exactly the kinds of stories I was reading. All my characters were white and blue-eyed. They played in the snow. They ate apples. They talked a lot about the weather, how lovely it was that the sun had come out. Now, despite the fact that I lived in Nigeria, I had never been outside Nigeria. We didn't have snow, we ate mangoes, and we never talked about the weather because there was no need to. My characters also drank a lot of ginger beer because the characters in the British books I read drank ginger beer. Never mind that I had no idea what ginger beer was. And for many years afterwards, I would have a desperate desire to taste ginger beer. But that is another story. What this demonstrates, I think, is how impressionable and vulnerable we are in the face of a story, particularly as children. Because all I had read were books in which characters were foreign, I had become convinced that books, by their very nature, had to have foreigners in them and had to be about things with which I could not personally identify. Now, things changed when I discovered African books. There weren't many of them available, and they weren't quite as easy to find as the foreign books. But because of writers like Chinua Achebe and Kamara Laye, I went through a mental shift in my perception of literature. I realized that people like me, girls with skin the color of chocolate, whose kinky hair could not form ponytails, could also exist in literature. I started to write about things I recognized. Now, I loved those American and British books I read. They stirred my imagination, they opened up new worlds for me. But the unintended consequence was that I did not know that people like me could exist in literature. So what the discovery of African writers did for me was this: it saved me from having a single story of what books are. I come from a conventional middle-class Nigerian family. My father was a professor. My mother was an administrator. And so we had, as was the norm, living domestic help who would often come from nearby rural villages. So the year I turned 8, we got a new houseboy. His name was Fide. The only thing my mother told us about him was that his family was very poor. My mother sent yams and rice and old clothes to his family. And when I didn't finish my dinner, my mother would say, "Finish your food. Don't you know people like Fide's family have nothing?" So I felt enormous pity for Fide's family. Then one Saturday, we went to his village to visit. And his mother showed us a beautifully patterned basket made of dyed raffia that his brother had made. I was startled. It had not occurred to me that anybody in his family could actually make something. All I had heard about them was how poor they were, so that it had become impossible for me to see them as anything else but poor. Their poverty was my single story of them. Years later, I thought about this when I left Nigeria to go to university in the United States. I was 19. My American roommate was shocked by me. She asked where I had learned to speak English so well and was confused when I said that Nigeria happened to have English as its official language. She asked if she could listen to what she called my tribal music and was consequently very disappointed when I produced my tape of Mariah Carey. She assumed that I did not know how to use a stove. What struck me was this: she had felt sorry for me even before she saw me. Her default position toward me as an African was a kind of patronizing, well-meaning pity. My roommate had a single story of Africa, a single story of catastrophe. In this single story, there was no possibility of Africans being similar to her in any way, no possibility of feelings more complex than pity, no possibility of a connection as human equals. I must say that before I went to the US, I didn't consciously identify as African. But in the US, whenever Africa came up, people turned to me, never mind that I knew nothing about places like Namibia. But I did come to embrace this new identity, and in many ways, I think of myself now as African, although I still get quite irritable when Africa is referred to as a country, the most recent example being my otherwise wonderful flight from Lagos 2 days ago, in which there was an announcement on the Virgin flight about their charity walk in India, Africa, and other countries. So after I had spent some years in the US as an African, I began to understand my roommate's response to me. If I had not grown up in Nigeria, and if all I knew about Africa were from popular images, I too would think that Africa was a place of beautiful landscapes, beautiful animals, and incomprehensible people fighting senseless wars, dying of poverty and AIDS, unable to speak for themselves, and waiting to be saved by a kind white foreigner. I would see Africans in the same way that I, as a child, had seen Fide's family. This single story of Africa ultimately comes, I think, from Western literature. Now, here's a quote from the writing of a London merchant called John Locke, who sailed to West Africa in 1561 and kept a fascinating account of his voyage. After referring to the Black Africans as beasts who have no houses, he writes, "They are also people without heads, having their mouths and eyes in their breasts." Now, I've laughed every time I've read this, and one must admire the imagination of John Locke. But what is important about his writing is that it represents the beginning of a tradition of telling African stories in the West, a tradition of sub-Saharan Africa as a place of negatives, of difference, of darkness, of people who, in the words of the wonderful poet Rudyard Kipling, are half devil, half child. And so I began to realize that my American roommate must have, throughout her life, seen and heard different versions of this single story. As had a professor who once told me that my novel was not authentically African. Now, I was quite willing to contend that there were a number of things wrong with the novel, that it had failed in a number of places. but I had not quite imagined that it had failed at achieving something called African authenticity. In fact, I did not know what African authenticity was. The professor told me that my characters were too much like him, an educated and middle-class man. My characters drove cars. They were not starving. Therefore, they were not authentically African. But I must quickly add that I too am just as guilty on the question of the single story. A few years ago, I visited Mexico from the US. The political climate in the US at the time was tense, and there were debates going on about immigration. And as often happens in America, immigration became synonymous with Mexicans. There were endless stories of Mexicans as people who were fleecing the healthcare system, sneaking across the border, being arrested at the border, that sort of thing. I remember walking around on my first day in Guadalajara, watching the people going to work, rolling up tortillas in the marketplace, smoking, laughing. I remember first feeling slight surprise, and then I was overwhelmed with shame. I realized that I had been so immersed in the media coverage of Mexicans that they had become one thing in my mind, the abject immigrant. I had bought into the single story of Mexicans, and I could not have been more ashamed of myself. So that is how to create the single story. Show a people as one thing, as only one thing, over and over again, and that is what they become. It is impossible to talk about the single story without talking about power. There is a word, an Igbo word, that I think about whenever I think about the power structures of the world, and it is nkali. It's a noun that loosely translates to be greater than another. Like our economic and political worlds, stories too are defined by the principle of nkali. How they are told, who tells them, when they are told, how many stories are told, are really dependent on power. Power is the ability not just to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. The Palestinian poet Mourid Barghouti writes that if you want to dispossess a people, the simplest way to do it is to tell their story and to start with secondly. Start the story with the arrows of the Native Americans and not with the arrival of the British, and you have an entirely different story. Start the story with the failure of the African state and not with the colonial creation of the African state, and you have an entirely different story. I recently spoke at a university where a student told me that it was such a shame that Nigerian men were physical abusers like the father character in my novel. I told him that I had just read a novel called American Psycho. And that it was such a shame that young Americans were serial murderers. No.
All right. So hope that whets your appetite. You can go online and listen to the rest of it. So in your handouts, you have some questions that we want you to talk about. So she made that statement, power is the ability, not just to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. And many of us may be able to go back in our minds and see how we've learned to do that, right? And particularly about groups of people where we've learned certain things, we've gotten certain information or misinformation, and that has become the definitive story of that group of people for us, right? So what we're trying to do now is undo some of the mess that we've gotten ourselves into. So we have these questions for you. Where and how do you hear or see stories being told that become the definitive story of that person or group? How have stories shaped you and how you think about and see others?
What single story do you have of a particular person or group? And how do you experience the meaning of power in the telling of stories? So 15 minutes? Yes. We'll give you 15 minutes to just talk in your groups, make sure everybody get a chance to share. We'll just take a little bit of feedback here. I'll give you just a few, maybe a couple of questions to get the thinking going. And we'll give opportunity for feedback from both places. So why is it so important that we share stories from the proper context and understanding? How can you apply the use of story in your congregations or institutions? How might you do that? How might you use something like this? And then whatever else rose up for you as you had this conversation, that aha moment for anybody. We'll move to, you got the mic. So they can start putting their things in the chat and people here, get us going.
Well, one of the things that I think, reading Brene Brown also, right, she talks about how human brains are structured for story. And so I was just thinking about this, that how, because our brains are structured for story, she talks a lot about in the absence of a full story, we will fill in, right? And so like how Chimamanda's story, it's like we have filled in this rest of the narrative. When you have a single story, you create it as the story, and the work that it takes as humans to be able to say, oh yeah, that's one of many. Huh, who knew? And I'll just share too a little bit in our group we were talking about. So I grew up in South Minneapolis, in the Seward neighborhood, which has a really large population of Somali immigrants. And one of my neighbors, when he and his son would stand on the corner waiting for the school bus to come and I would drive by, and he would cover his son's eyes when I would drive by as a single uncovered female. And I lived right off of 94, and there was a Starbucks that was there that became kind of, it was like the taxi driver rest stop. And so there was like dozens and dozens of Somali men in this Starbucks. And I remember as a single young female walking into the Starbucks and being intensely uncomfortable with the gender disparity, but also like, there are so many men watching me right now. I am very out of place in this situation. And we were talking too about some work that's been done in building. So in my mind, a single story that I have is that Somali communities exist separate from the communities that they are based in. And so that we have to, if we were to bridge any divide, the amount of work to get there would be insurmountable. And so in my mind, the story I tell myself goes to, what's the point?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Anyway, I did my doctoral research on Ojibwe spirituality. And the research question is, can one be traditional and Christian as an Ojibwe in northern Minnesota? Interviewed 22 different people. And folks who have rejected Christianity because of Christendom, abuse, boarding school trauma, evangelical natives who have said all of that drum and tobacco and that's pagan. We have to reject that. And folks who live in two worlds. And that's where I wish to, you'll hear from her later. I can only tell my story. My experience was then defending my doctoral thesis. And the doctoral program at Luther Seminary is saying, well, you didn't answer your question. You didn't come up with one story. What can one be traditional and Christian in northern Minnesota as a Native American? You need to answer your question. And I said, how can I answer that? And that's like where it said that's Western dualism. We need one story, even when it doesn't.
Right. Somebody's gotta be right. Thanks are good.
We have a comment. Two single stories that were shared in our group was the movie Fargo, and it's this depiction of Northern Midwest culture and Garrison Keeler's depiction of Lutheran, as well as church basement ladies. It takes significant energy to tell a story with such a strong stereotypical images. And then another person shared, it was moving in this area later in life and realizing that even in the absence of a story, the one story I hear cannot be representative. I had the privilege to work alongside and hear one woman's story about growing up Lakota in North Dakota. She was the first Indigenous person I had a chance to listen and learn from. After meeting her, I learned more about the Chippewa and Owatonna Ottawa nations in Michigan, and just this year, the Gila River community. There are some similarities, but also so much diversity in culture and experience of Western expansion.
Okay, we're gonna stop right there. Why should we do this? Do we ever want to have beloved community?
Yeah, sure, you betcha. So yes, we all have stories, and that's the critical thing to remember and to help people look at, because often it can be too easy for white people to say, well, I don't have a culture. Well, we all know that is not true, but it is so normative that people think, oh, my story is just like everyone else's. It is not. And so to tease out culture, to recognize my own culture, to recognize that wide diversity of culture and stories, we need to be sharing our own stories. And we have to know our own story first before we can enter into and really listen to someone else's. Otherwise, there's all this kind of other power dynamics at play in that. So we're going to move now to listening to a biblical story and entering into this story. And this is a story of the laborers in the vineyard from Matthew 20. And I expect you all probably have heard it and preached it or something with it. So we're only going to read it once. But looking at this story as a parable of Jesus on that pain of comparison, and how comparison and the pain of that enters into our relationships, shapes our stories of one another, and impacts our lives. So before I read the story, we need to go real quickly into the Zoom rooms, and around your tables here, simply count off 1 to 4 within your group, or 1 to 3 if you only have 3, but real quickly within your group, number yourselves. 1, 2.
Or-
Write it down so you don't forget. No.
Does they have time to number?
I probably.
Okay.
Can you try to close them?
Yep, close. So we have to give a little bit of time to get them back. Okay, everybody's back. So number ones. All of you who are number ones, listen to this story as the worker who came early in the day. And you're going to have to listen as your character in the story.
There's one room that's still in there.
Okay.
9 seconds.
Okay. They're having a good time counting off.
All right, everyone's back now.
Okay. So I want you to listen to this story and enter into it as your character.
Might have to tell that group.
Yeah, so all of you, yeah, I'll go back to the numbers. Thank you. So see, I'm going to tell you who you are, but as you listen in the story, be that person. Standing wherever you are, working, heat of the sun, whatever you're feeling for the day. But listen as your person. So number ones, all of you who are number ones, listen as the worker who came early in the day. Number twos, you came in the middle of the day, about noon, or it could be about 3 o'clock, but probably about noonish. Number threes, you are the worker who came at 5 o'clock. And the number fours, you are the landowner. So if you have a group of 3, you just have the 3 workers and you can have a little time to talk about what the landowner might have thought. But so ones, early in the day, twos, middle of the day, threes, 5 o'clock, and fours, landowner. Be that person as you listen. For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. After agreeing with the laborers for the usual daily wage, he sent them into his vineyard. When he went out about 9 o'clock, he saw others standing idle in the marketplace, and he said to them, "You also go into the vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right." So they went. When he went out again about noon and about 3 o'clock, he did the same. And about 5 o'clock, he went out and found others standing around. And he said to them, "Why are you standing here idle all day?" They said to him, "Because no one has hired us." He said to them, "You also go into the vineyard." When evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his manager, "Call the laborers and give them their pay, beginning with the last and then going to the first." When those hired about 5 o'clock came, each of them received the usual daily wage. Now, when the first came, they thought they would receive more, but each of them received the usual daily wage. And when they received it, they grumbled against the landowner, saying, "These last worked only 1 hour, and you have made them equal to us, who have borne the burden of the day and the scorching heat." But he replied to one of them, "Friend, I am doing you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for the usual daily wage? Take what belongs to you and go. And I choose to give to this last, the same as I give to you. Am I not allowed to do what I choose with what belongs to me? Or are you envious because I am generous?" So the last will be first, and the first will be last. So we'll give you just about 5 minutes just to talk to each other from your person. So share your feelings and reactions from your assigned person, talk in that first person voice. How do you feel? as your person? How do you feel about the others? What do you have to say to each other? So just talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Zoom folks are back and you're all back. So there was a lot of energy. This kind of gets people's energy going. So let's hear first from the number twos. We'll take a few number twos in here and a few number twos from Zoom. What were you thinking?
I mean, all the times I've heard this story, I never caught that line about whatever is right. So that's what I jumped on. And I called him on the landowner on right and justice. Of course, he didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
When I was listening to the story and when we were.
First person. I
felt like I was a little crunchy because I didn't get the better pay since I worked the longer hours and I put my time into it.
I like that word. Any other two? Or are there twos online that?
I have one.
So I felt a little bit like, I'd gotten away with a little something. I was a two, so I worked a good part of the day, not quite as much as he did, but more than she did. And so I kind of, you know, I deserved it a little bit.
Okay, so online?
In the chat, we have one person that said the kingdom of God is not fair, it's gracious. Another person said, I felt like I had to justify why I wasn't there earlier. And then another person shared, as a second worker, I wanted to align with the first workers to try to get them on my side and make the third group the real bad guy.
Okay, yes. Okay, let's hear from the number threes. How were you, number threes?
I just simply said I was so grateful that I would come back the next day and work a full day and work twice as hard.
I'm grateful because it was going to provide for more of my needs and some of my wants. But I was also going to keep my mouth very quiet. All right.
I spent the whole day pretty sure I wasn't gonna be able to feed my kids.
We have a lot over here. I was grateful, but didn't want others to resent me. I felt embarrassed that I would be paid equal to the all-day folks. I didn't deserve it. I felt intense shame that I had not been selected until 5. I would have worked earlier if I had an opportunity. I was grateful, but also resented the first 2 groups because I was picked last. My empathy for all the workers living day to day dependent on a landowner to be hired, so vulnerable. I heard I was lazy for having stood around and not worked. As the worker who came last, I felt, I didn't have to work as long as for the same pay, but this is a gift and thank you. Fearful that I wasn't able to provide for my family. My first thought was, why wasn't I hired? Where was I at 9, 12, and 3? Scared of why I'm going first. I'll be loyal to this landlord.
Yeah, my partner reminded me that I was supposed to bring home a certain amount and she knew what that amount was and we didn't have any money to pay for any bread or anything. And I went and nobody hired me. They went hired the first people in line. I came at the same time. They said they just got there. I was there all day too. And now I'm coming, thought I was going home with nothing. And I was just thrilled that I'd be able to feed my family only, you know.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear from the number ones. What was it for you?
I said I'm sleeping in tomorrow.
I think the battery is going low. Oh. Gotta get it replaced.
Battery didn't work till the end of
That was the Holy Spirit telling me I should speak. I was like, hey, I'm not taking anything from anybody else, but at least give me a Coke and a smile. Let me know that you appreciated my coming out at 8 o'clock in the morning and trudging through the snow or muddy terrain just to do your work. So not taking away from anybody else. Give you at least a Coke.
We have some people online. It's not fair. Another person said, I was glad more workers kept coming to help. Another person, I'm rethinking my work ethic. Clearly, it doesn't matter. Not fair. I'm gonna show up at noon. My German heritage would let me sleep in tomorrow. Number one, I feel worth less space than everyone else because I had to work harder for the same reward. The landlord says he is generous, but he wasn't generous to me. How does this story set us up for tomorrow's laborers? Yeah. Some great things in here.
Those were all very fabulous answers. I, being the hard worker that I am and hate mornings as strongly as I do, was extremely irritated. Irritated that I worked so hard until they all started talking. And then I felt guilty. And then I felt, like, oh my goodness, and you're so generous. And so I was really annoyed until they all started speaking their parts and decided that there is a reason that Matthew does what Matthew does.
Amen.
Okay, let's hear from some landowners. What's this all about for you as the landowner?
Well, it's my money, so it's my rules. Nobody can tell me what to do with it, so I could go buy Twitter if I want.
It's my privilege.
We react out of our own experience. Through college and seminary, I worked.
First person.
I worked for a company.
No, we're on this story.
Okay, but it's going to the story.
Okay.
I made between 6,000 and 7,000 a year from owners that were generous. That makes sense. To be an owner that's generous, to make your company work.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
And like I said, you have to I come at it from my experience.
Okay, but we're in this story right now.
That's in the story. It's in the story.
Okay. All right, yes.
For me, the main purpose was to be able to give, just to give to another person.
A couple on here, not fair, I don't care, we made a deal. I see work to be done, I see people with abilities. You aren't valued by your work, but by being chosen. I had more than I needed, so why not be generous to those who are in difficult circumstances? I was just trying to be generous. I had the ability and work that needed to be done. Each time I went downtown, there were more workers that needed work. All of them had families at home to feed. Did I not pay a fair wage? It's all mine, mine, mine. So tough luck if you don't like that. I choose to be unfair as you all see it. I like the ability to give out generously.
Okay, holding all of that in mind, of what all of those feelings are and the complexity that you all had on that, we're going to step out of your roles now and enter into some discussion of the application. So on your sheets, based on your experience within U.S. society, communication, congregation or community, with whom do you identify in this text? You identify with, first, middle, last, and then why? What are the messages that you've received? Could be within the church or the larger society of who is first, middle, and last in the church, in society, and who defines those roles? Where and how do you see the attitudes of the workers played out in life? And any meaning and messages that this parable has for our work in racial equity. So we'll give you 15 minutes for this. So dig into this with ever questions first that arise from you, but think about who you identify with as a person and how are those roles defined? Who defines those roles?
Okay. Very good, very good. I started in
Available.
Everyone back. Okay, people on Zoom are back, people in the room are back. So let's just take a few comments. What were some of the insights or discussion from your group that you would like to share with others?
So I shared about how, from my own experiences, there's part of me that relates with number one, the first worker in a way, because that, I feel like I've had to work really hard in life to be where I am today. And knowing how much or where I've come from and the gap that I've had to bridge, it feels like, I've worked hard and I've earned it in a way. But then there's part of me that feels like number three and feels like, the part of me that has felt overlooked because of circumstances that have to do with who I am and my identity and where I'm coming from. And that feeling of like, well, I've been overlooked all this time. And so I'm very grateful. And I am very grateful for the generosity of so many people, because that's how I am where I am, right? It's because of that generosity. But then it also brings up more questions about, feeling like, so, do I really deserve what I am, or was it just like a token thing? Or, I'm asked to speak at this thing. Is it because of what I look like or where I'm from? Or I'm invited to be in this group. Is it because of that, And then there's part of me that's like, well, I have worked hard, so maybe it is. I deserve that. And so it's a mess, I suppose. It's a mess.
Yeah.
That's,
we talked at our table about how hard it is to read this parable separate from 21st century American capitalism and the worthiness of just all that kind of Protestant work ethic, and just how deep that is and how hard it is to, you can do the switch of grace in the kingdom of God, and we can do that because that's a muscle that we have worked at as well as people in the church, but just how hard it is to unlearn that kind of the capitalist mentality of deserving and undeserving, and that was something that we wrestled a lot with.
Mhm. And that is so true. I mean, you just notice, we can all say, yeah, the kingdom is wonderful, but we put money in this, boom. You didn't even need a second to get into your discussion.
That's right, where my first comment was, not everybody's clergy in the room, but those that are, we have meet guidelines or not. And that puts some worth on what your congregation puts on you. Should it? I don't know. That's capitalism right there, but it's in the church as well.
Mhm.
Some comments from our online friends. I got to thinking about immigration and how the ones who came first look at the ones who've come later. There's no room in this story for differently abled people, those who can't physically work a whole day or move about with other methods. Another person said, one of our group said, there is more work to do. And another person said, I want to press Matthew and the church on the question, is it generous to pay a living wage at all? Or to all? No one got 2 days paid. Is this a manna story as a parable? We pray, give us this day our daily bread. That is what the landowner did. This is the reign of God. And then can we compare the first workers to slavery? We discussed access to work, the privilege of work of those laborers who are still waiting, those not hired at all, no transportation, barriers to work insecurity like food insecurity. And then one more I'll share. People are like into it this time. We discussed how this text encourages us to think differently and how scholarships are awarded to our graduating seniors. For example, do we only award scholarship money to the ones who serve the church the best through the most participation and attendance? An opportunity to rethink how the scholarship application and process is designed and implemented. Thank you all online friends for sharing.
Any other comments?
I don't have a comment, but whatever we're doing.
I think y'all need to applaud because y'all was getting down on that. We went deep into places. That is wonderful. I'm so glad to hear.
So a couple of things, from that wonder of the pieces to hold in mind at the end. That last line is the last shall be first and the first shall be last. Not necessarily that we change places, but what is that importance of the first knowing the story of those who are last and the last knowing the story of those who are first? I mean, you had said in your group that you were really annoyed until you heard their stories. What does that mean when we hear that story of those who maybe weren't included, who were the last? And the real deep importance of this, they don't at the end of the day say you paid them equal to us. They say you made them equal to us. I mean, that's that depth in this. Who do we hold as you made them equal to us, who have been part of this church forever, and our grandparents donated this and that, and now you're going to let them use the kitchen and they're going to do, I mean, it's like
all them different spells.
It's that depth. And then the landowner says, friend. I did not do you an injustice. I paid you what I said I was going to. So it's that our sense of that justice, the order of the day is turned around. And the challenge in this parable as we go into the afternoon, thinking about where and how does this parable underlie issues of racism, and where does that play into of you made them equal to us, and what does it mean to know one another's stories? And I think one of you in your groups mentioned what's that valuing of the first who then saw people coming in. So it's like, okay, maybe I don't have to work as hard now. I can lay back a little bit. The harvest will still get done, valuing those who come. And then you hinted at those single stories of that third worker of easily that single story comes up of they were lazy or they slept in or they weren't there. And they just say, the landowner says, why have you been standing here idle all day? I saw you early in the morning. I saw you when I came back. I saw you all the way through. And they say, because no one has hired us. And who is standing there saying, well, church, no one has invited us. It's so keep wrestling with this parable and that pain of comparison, and how does that impact how we live with one another and see one another.
So the bishop is going to come and do the land acknowledgement and bless the food.
Oh, okay, I can do that too. All right, and I apologize. This land acknowledgements for the land, the physical space which we are occupying here. For those of you out in cyberland, I would invite you, if you're not already aware of the website, native-land.ca. That will, it's a way to gather information about the original people of the lands where you are. We would like to acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional lands of the indigenous people of Turtle Island, North America, the first Americans. These are the ancestral homelands of the Anishinaabe, Assiniboine, and Dakota people. Today, we are called to follow Jesus alongside our neighbors of the sovereign, federally recognized tribes of the Leech Lake, Red Lake, and White Earth bands of the Ojibwe people. In affirming this land as the homeland of our indigenous neighbors, we recognize the legacies of violence and cultural genocide that occurred alongside the displacement of their communities, as well as the responsibility we all share to not let these truths be buried any longer. Let us pray. And you're invited to join in. Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest, and let these gifts to us be blessed. Amen. What time do we come back?
12:45.
12:45.
12:45. We'll see you at 12:45.
I thought
Everybody's back? So I invite you to find your page 7, Dimensions of Oppression. And on the back of that sheet, there's the definitions for analysis of racism that we'll be going to next. So we'll talk about these two pieces for a little bit. So I want to welcome Pastor Salim. I'm so glad he made it here safely. We're glad you're here. Join our group and dive right in. So for a long time, people tried to address racism from an individual perspective, that we thought if we just become friends, learn to love each other, have dinner in each other's houses and have friends, right, who love us and care for us, that we're overcoming racism, right? But this thing is insidious, all right? So we want to just make sure that people understand it's not that simple. If it was that simple, we would have the book, it would have been written, we'd read it, and we'd be done with it, right? But no, sorry, no such thing. So this piece kind of just talks about how woven together this thing is. And we know when something is woven together like that, right, it's much harder to break it. It's much harder to undo it and make something new, which is what our goal is and our hope is. So I'm gonna walk you through this and just kind of talk about these dimensions of oppression. And this oppression, all of us experience, we get to experience oppression somewhere in our lives, right? Keep living, as they say, and you will experience some oppression. And so everybody gets a piece of that. It looks different depending on our identities. And we come with multiple identities into the story. And all of those identities, different things come from that, right? So to begin with, as individuals, we don't come in here with these prejudices. We get taught these things. Babies don't know until they sense or feel adults do things or say things, but it starts very young. So even though people like to think, we can wait to talk to kids about racism and no. We have to start talking about what this is doing to us. As soon as children can tell difference between anything, because they are noticing, whether they say anything or not, they notice and they see what we do and what we say. So this individual piece is all of these attitudes, behaviors, interpersonal interactions, and individual behaviors that then get shaped and formed because of all these experiences that we have. And we learn to be prejudiced. We learn to prejudge, even though we don't like to think of it that way, but we do. We learn some of that for protection. We learn some of that because we learn opposites, right? So we have to learn some basic things, and that is the undergirding of this stuff. But it creates a worldview for us. And then that's how we start to interact with the world. We then get pushed into these institutions very early on in our journey. So on the left-hand side of the page, you have a whole list of, just some of the institutions that most of us, encounter on a regular basis somewhere in our lives. And we see that we start to have experiences in these institutions. They shape us. We have to figure out how to navigate through them. Within them, there's different power, privilege, and access to resources within these institutions. Different people hold the power, make the decisions, control the resources, and determine who benefits most. Institutions have the power, for example, to do things like pass policies, practices, and procedures at the bottom of the page. You see that. We have that. That's all going on in the church. So, we can't just say that's society doing it. No, we are complicit. We also practice the same things. And so, for example, when we look at these institutions, if we had time, and then again, so this is where you get to think about how might you use a tool like this, right? If you had time, people could pick an institution and then together talk about where some are privileged and some are not in that institution, and how does it manifest itself. So I just picked a couple to think about. Housing, let's just take housing. I picked that. We know that in a part of the American dream, when we talk about the American dream, right? One of those things is owning a home, right? And we know that owning a home provides economic security, right? It provides resources, it provides opportunities. You can get a loan against the home. I mean, all kinds of things, right? Once you own a home. But it's not so easy for everybody to own a home. First of all, so if we go back to our story that we just got through talking about, right? The workers in the vineyard, you have to make enough money, save enough money to be able to own a home. But if you don't get fair wages, and just wages and have to work 2 or 3 jobs just to survive, it's very difficult to attain that home. Not the same privilege, not the same opportunities. And so many people cannot own a home in the United States of America. No, people don't like to think that. They think, oh, there is a lot of opportunity. Not for everybody. Not for everybody. You know, we've had all these things that we've learned about, redlining, right? Racial covenants in communities where they wouldn't sell to a person of color, you know, in particular groups. You can have the same credit, but still not get the same loan. So you can have good credit, but still end up having to pay a higher interest rate and a higher down payment to get that house. So that's the inequity that we're talking about. And that happens in these institutions. The other one I picked was media. The media controls how various people are shown and in what light. A lot of times, you know, in Milwaukee, for example, we talk about, you know, at the 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 10 o'clock news, they're gonna show Black people in a bad light. They're not gonna show any of the good stories about our community. All day long, people were doing good stuff and making good things happen, but you don't see none of that on the news. All you see is the people that they're looking for, who shot somebody, you know, the crime. That's all you get. If it bleeds, it leads. That's what people walk away with in their minds. That is their image of Black America. And if they have no relationship with anybody, don't know anybody, don't know any better, haven't had any relationships with people who may look like the people that are showing up there on the screen, then you get that single story. You get that single story. So this, in the combination with these individual behaviors, attitudes, things we learn, we think, the prejudice we learn, the fear that's placed in us about other groups of people and different groups of people, combined with these institutions and the way they maintain that and keep it going and keep us living in that perspective and thinking it's okay. And then we add the cultural piece. Then we add that what we call kind of like the glue, the cement. It's like all that stuff that we don't even have to think about because we just learn it wherever we grow up, and however we grow up, we swim in it, we don't even know what we're swimming in, right? So when I think about, for example, cultural things, you know, there's values and norms that we get taught, and basically we know that the standard that everybody gets compared to is, right, the white norm, right? There's a whole list of things that goes under that. What's valued in that? What's seen as good in that, and that's what everybody else gets compared to. So when you think about things like ways of viewing time, right? Time is time, but you learn time is money. And don't mess with my time, because if you waste my time, you're wasting my money, right? And we don't like that, right? And I remember when I was years ago, director of a youth choir, and we were going to the Menominee Reservation, and we had the bright idea of going rafting that day with the young people before we got to the reservation. The river was low. We wasn't going hardly no place. It's like we were getting out, picking up the rafts, pushing kids, trying to get kids to pick up rafts. So we were like 2 hours late getting to, and I was frantic. I was like, oh my God, oh, we're late. Oh, the concert was supposed to be at such and such a time, and we're not there. Nobody's dressed, and we got to get dressed. And we had this whole little program and everything. I was frantic. And when I got there, the person from the council said, calm down. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll wait. But I was on the time of, not the time of, you're our guest. We're your hosts. We're so happy you're here. When you get ready, we'll have the concert. When you get ready, we'll have dinner. It was a totally different view of time. So, but that's how, and then it's hard. We have to try to figure out if that's our world view of time, how to live in the culture of time that says this, hurry up, get here, do it quick. It's like you're working against your whole body, mind, and spirit. The concept of beauty. We know that's a messy one, right? Culturally. Hair, woo, just plain old hair. For years, I got my hair straightened. It hurt like hell. A hot straightening comb off of a stove with the grease. You can hear it sizzling sometimes as it would come. But that was the standard that you wanted to have straight hair if you wanted to be pretty, right? So for years, it's taken us to try to work past some of this stuff. Indigenous children's braids were cut off. It wasn't beautiful. It is beautiful. Locks, children with locks, hair has been cut off in school by their teacher because they said, this is not appropriate hairdo. What? That's the kind of stuff that people suffer and have to deal with culturally. This is going on all the time. And then that is, people have the privilege of making those decisions. There's power in that decision making. So when you combine all these things together, if you look at that right-hand side, there's power over people that comes from the institutions that gives people power to make the decision, to say who's in, who's out, plus the privilege. And in our case, when we're talking about racism, we're talking about white privilege, right? And then the prejudices that we just swim in every day, that forms the ism. You can substitute what privilege and form any kind of ism on that side of the paper. And when we talk about intersectionality, we know that that's why I said we all get a piece. We all get a piece of what that oppression looks like. And, that can help us to understand then where others may suffer or, see from somebody else's vantage point, what that might feel like, what that might be like, and why, how and why can I care about that? All right. So that's this dimensions of oppression is interwoven, it's tightly woven, it's always working together. That's why we have to work at all levels for this. We can't just be friends. That's not going to solve it. That's not going to break these cycles and systems and ways of being. That it means we have to think deeper and wider and bigger and always saying, okay, how do I pull this piece of it so I can loose it? And as we do that, we loose the oppression on all of us. Because I'm gonna tell you, white folks, y'all ain't as liberated as you think you are. Okay, you ain't free either. I'm free. No, you ain't. I'll tell you. You want to have a conversation about it? So this is the reality of the world we live in. And then we wonder why it's such a mess. It's such a mess. So I'll stop there with that one. And maybe, I don't know, time-wise, we might be, I don't want to go too long on one part and not be able to finish up the other. So should I go to the definitions? Okay, so on the back of the paper, you have some definitions for the analysis of racism. And that's important because, again, we have to make sure we're using language that describes what it is we're dealing with, right? And it's not just prejudice. For so long, people think they're talking about racism and actually they're talking about prejudice. It's not the same thing, right? Because everybody learns to prejudge. We all get taught to see certain groups or people in a certain light, right? But everybody doesn't have the power to back that prejudice up, to back up then what happens to somebody else because of that, right? That's a systemic thing, right? And this is where we have to understand the differences about what it is that we're talking about. Because again, remember when I started, diagnosis determines treatment. You can't, you're trying to fix something with the wrong tools. you're using the wrong strategy on the thing and you think some change is going to come. It's not gonna happen, sorry, right? So you were given this list, asked to read through it. There was a couple of these that.
We didn't get it to them ahead of time.
Oh, we didn't get this to you ahead of time. Sorry about that. My apologies. So look at it. And the people online, be thinking, because we're going to do a little poll to see, do you kind of pretty much understand all of these? So if you might be able to say, yes, I understand all these. And I'm not saying you agree 100% with everything that's on this paper, but you kind of understand them and you could say, okay, yeah, I can have this conversation with these. And we're going to do a poll with the people online and ask them where they sit in understanding these terms, okay? So if we can get the poll up and have them look at the list and then say, respond, how do they feel? Do they think they got most of them and understand them? And then if there's any that people feel a little itchy about or think want to say something about. Right.
Got you, okay?
So there's a few up here, and I think you all have them on your paper. Yeah.
So the question is for the people online, and you can think about that here. I need additional clarification on some of the definitions. My understanding of terms has been different from those presented. I understand the definitions, but have some questions, and I understand and affirm the definitions.
I think so.
Most are, I understand.
Okay. Right. So it looks like most people are saying that they understand the definitions and pretty much this is what they've heard or learned or whatever. Okay.
I have one question.
Yes, okay, there you go.
Under white supremacy thinking and culture, could we define that against what we know as white supremacist groups that we are identifying with versus, are you saying something similar or something different when we're talking about groups that are identified with that?
Right, so that's a good question, both and, right? So think of it as a continuum, white supremacy as a continuum, right? So because that is our tendency is to go to the extreme right where the Ku Klux Klan. However, white supremacy thinking, it begins very early in a person's journey. And it's everything that feeds the notion that white is better, white is right, white is the good one, white is the most special culture in the world. That is everything along that continuum. So that's why we say culture and thinking, because it's not just the action of how this entity over here lives that out and shows that hatred. It's all the little nuances all along the way that people don't think about and don't even realize.
So Marilyn?
Yes.
Your example of straightening your hair?
Yes, that's in that range, because there are people that's the value. If your hair is not long and be straight and you be able to pull it back and put it in a ponytail real easily, that's a problem. Oh, your hair is bad. That's what we hear. Your hair is bad. My hair is good.
I had a conversation with my son a couple of weeks ago, paying attention to language and how black magic is bad magic, white magic.
Yes.
He was like, wow. So he saw the extended nature of that.
And that's a great example because we have so much of that in the church. We have a lot of that language in the church. that we use and we don't quite see the picture that it paints or how it makes, how people might associate things with sin, you know, bad people, the Black people, because that's dark. I mean, that's all planted in our brains and we don't realize how deep that stuff goes. And then when we start to pull it out, it's like, ooh, itchy, that's itchy. Yeah, that's exactly. So, and it's one of the hardest ones to get people to wrestle with and have conversation about, but it's one of the most important ones. So, yes.
Light complexion, you forget that, we didn't mention that, I mean, when I was growing up, that young women spent a lot of money in corroding their face.
Yes. She's talking about the whiteners that Black people used to put on themselves to try to make themselves lighter. And this is not ancient history, y'all. This is present day history because so many people have been hurt by being compared to whiteness. This happens all over the world. This is not just United States of America. Almost every culture you will look at, the darker hue is the one that is not valued. So this is a cultural thing, it's deeply embedded. Yes, last one.
We should add a more recent word, woke, and define it. I mean, a lot of
Yeah, it's a whole long list of stuff that should be on here, but this is just the beginning of so you add that to your list, okay? Okay, when you do your work with the people.
Yeah, because that's a key word now and then. How language is used is, so critical. Those dualisms of black, white are deep. And you look at any thesaurus or dictionary or all the ways that black is associated with bad, white's associated with good. And then we have critical race theory as using a kind of, some of these become code words then for things. Woke becomes a code word for a mentality. It becomes a way of distancing people from one another. So it's, critical to look at language and how we're using it. Is it being used to bring people together? Or is it being used as a divisive piece? And how do we understand that? And that white supremacy thing is really a hard one because it can get associated with white supremacist groups, but it's not that. It's that systemic racism. It's the way that whiteness has been embedded to hurt everyone and create a way of thinking and being. Yeah.
So I've seen these definitions before in whatever training or whatever. Just this morning, we talked about Scandinavian Stoicism, talked about German, what was it? This feeling you're never good enough. Where does that fall in here? Is that a stereotype? Is that, where do we label those kind of things?
Those are all part of culture. Definitely, that is part of Norwegian culture. It's part of German culture.
Okay, but is it a stereotype? I'm not every German is,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Right. Oh, there are so many stereotypes. So yes, I'm German. My brother-in-law is Norwegian, and I'm sure you know all of those stories. But the one that really struck me was that the Norwegian was feeling that he loved his wife so much that once he almost told her. I mean, that is a stereotype, that Germanness of not being, so the challenge of stereotypes is there's often an element of truth in it. That's where it starts. And then it gets cast to everyone. So yes, that feeling of not being good enough, when it becomes that stereotype of like all Germans think they're not good enough, then it becomes that. But we tend not to look at and say, well, all Germans don't think they're good enough. But there's also always an element of truth in stereotypes.
Dr. Joyce, there's someone who shared something in the chat that I think is kind of a neat thing. He shares, when I accepted this call, the congregation had a tradition of using black on Good Friday. I used it as an opportunity in the pandemic break to have us rethink that particular color symbol with death. And now we no longer use black on Good Friday. One small step.
What color do they use?
I can ask.
Strip it clear. That's what we do. Strip it bare and don't put anything on it.
And once you start to peel back the layers, you can peel back for a long time. So she's checking on what color they use.
Can I say something though?
Yes.
I think there's a difference between a stereotype of saying like, oh, Germans have this like, oh, don't give up attitude, compared to saying, black people are lazy. There's a difference there because one stereotype is not like undermining a person's worth,
right?
Whereas the other is. So I think there's a difference there.
Yes, thank you for that.
And just to dovetail on that, I'm a German. We embrace the the stereotype originates inside that culture. Whereas that's the stereotype. The racist stereotypes originate outside the culture.
Again, and that comes down to that piece of power. Who has the power to name it?
So we heard back, they leave it bare on Good Friday.
Yeah, so you can,
I'm thinking I'll give you the,
If you're wanting to speak, and I'm just gonna derail it one more time.
tell me real quickly because we have to stand over here.
The question is so important, everyone gets to hear it. The one I wonder about is racism, because like both of the definitions on the sheet, systemic racism and racism itself are listed as systemic things, but people most often misunderstand that one. It's like, well, no, it's an individual action. It's
They
like,
can hear it because she's right.
it's like me saying something to this other person, like that's where racism resides, is in the personal. And I just wondered, are we trying to claim racism as a systemic thing only, or do those individual acts fall under it?
The individual acts fall under it, but they fall under it because of the system. So it's that systemic piece that means we all live within a racist system. None of us in the US escapes that. And so the messages, they're part of us and they play out differently. The racist acts, yes, are part of that because that racism plays out at that individual level because people have power. So it's the fact that, so let's say Marilyn and I mix it up out in the parking lot and we get into out there. The police come, who are they going to listen to? You. I mean, that's where they go back and forth so easily. Because
pretty scrappy.
But they will always listen to me. And so white people can always use that system because, and so as an individual, I can use that piece of power because that power is the common denominator of that social power that resides in on the white side. So they are interrelated. We can't really tear them all apart. So there are definitely individual racist acts. There are definite institutional racists. They're definite cultural, but altogether it's part of the system.
So you mentioned the thing about intersectionality. I think those of us who are people of color in this room who are maybe serving as pastors or whatever, we are also benefactors of privilege of certain kinds. But we also participate in a racist system that keeps the poor down. So then how do we, as people of color, navigate that complexity? Because on one hand, we're at the receiving end of the oppressive system. On the other hand, we're not voluntarily participating, but we are in some way participating.
Yes.
Yeah, you carry a damn phone around all the time. And there's all kinds of oppressive systems that go into acquiring the resources needed to make that phone, right? So how do we address that?
We live in the tension of it. I mean, it is a tension, you know, but with that awareness, I get to keep calling it out for myself and for others. So it's a tension. And yes, and then I have to keep, that's something I'm always thinking about. How am I being complicit with this? And how can I stand against it? And again, everything is a risk. I mean, we got all kinds of stuff to think about while we're doing this. But where can we stand on the side of justice and peace here? And that's what we get to decide every day, all day, as many times as we can. It is a tension. So, yeah.
So that intersectionality is critical. So things show up differently if you're a woman and white. They show up differently on your social class, on where you are as white or person of color. They show up differently if you're LGBTQIA+, and that they show up differently depending on age. So that's where Marilyn says, if we live long enough, we'll all fall out of that and be experience oppression because of ageism. There's oppression by mental and physical abilities. It's important that it's not also in this one size fits all around whiteness. It looks and can act differently depending on those multiple identities that we have. But we're going to focus more specifically on just looking at how this system was put in place, because your other part of that question is, when I have the privilege, then it's my responsibility to try to interrupt it when I see it. So this is the challenge of seeing what many of us have been taught not to see. And we've been taught not to see this. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of the social construction of race, and I'll try to do some of these quickly in the interest of time. But just to notice that, and I'll read this because you might not all be able to see it. There is no more biological reason to speak of the Indians, whites, and blacks as distinct races than there is to speak of red-haired, brown-haired, and gray-haired people as distinct races. This is not to say that race is not real. The way we have constructed race is all too real, but understanding how races are formed and perpetuated in societies is a matter of looking into social history, not biology. So any biologist will say, people who study DNA, we are far more alike than we are different. And where we are different by geography that might be put into racial categories is because of environmental factors, not because of our DNA. By DNA, we're alike. It's not about biology. But race has been constructed over time. And it's been very carefully constructed as a social and legal construct. And because it's been constructed over hundreds of years, it has become seen as natural and normal and something that's real. Because it simply has been constructed over all of this time, and it's become a dominant way that we talk about differences, but it's grounded in some ideologies. So looking at how it's socially constructed. So this actually, the construction started before it moved into science to affirm it. So as Europeans were starting to go around the world and colonize, explore, started to see that people look different on the different continents. And then way back in the 1400s, the church put in place the real foundation of all of this in the doctrine of discovery. And I'll unpack a little bit more of that, but it was the grounding of recognizing that people looked different, and Europeans, who were the ones going around exploring and colonizing and exploiting and annihilating people, had the power to describe and put that in place. And so the early foundations are actually in, that exploration and then in papal bulls. Then it moved into the scientific world, which then once science put its logic and ration on it, really took a place. So Carolus Linnaeus in 1735 was the first, and this is when scientists were giving scientific names to all plants, animals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the really long names. So it's like, okay, let's now name human beings. And he did that based on geography and looking at physical characteristics and defined 5 categories of human beings based on that geography. Johann Blumenbach then in 1776, and it's interesting to note the year, he was the first who put those 5 that Linnaeus had defined into a hierarchy. So it's scientifically defining a hierarchy of peoples. And he looked around, he coined the phrase Caucasian. He looked around all of the world and decided that the people in the Caucasus Mountains were the most beautiful and therefore the most superior. And this is part of where even the definition of whiteness is complicated because it keeps changing of who is white and who is not. So according to his definition, people in the subcontinent of India are Caucasian, therefore white, but then it gets complicated sometimes. And there have been people of Indian heritage in the US suing to become white in courts and then not, and so wanting to be Asian. And it just gets messed up because it's all made up from the beginning. So that was the beginning of that scientific racism, which then was reinforced in the 1800s as scientists continued the work of Blumenbach. And Blumenbach had all of these skulls he was collecting from around the world. Scientists continued to do that, to measure skulls, fill them with little tiny beads to count how many filled in, to decide whose brains were the largest and therefore who were the most intelligent. So you have to first of all figure out, well, whose skull are you using? And how are you doing this? But scientific race, they found a way to choose the right skulls. And with that, decided that therefore the European heritage people, Caucasians, were the most intelligent, the top of the racial pyramid. Thank you. And then notice the 1776, so it's actually, white wasn't used to describe people until people came to this country. So people came to this country as English, French, Norwegian, German, Northern Europeans. And part of the loss, that's where we don't talk about the loss for white people, is giving up that heritage in order to buy into the definition of white, which means buying into the resources and the access. So it means losing something of one's self. It's important to recognize we all lose in this system. Then politics entered in to further reinforce these racial hierarchies. So under Andrew Jackson's time as president, states states started to put in place laws to give the right to vote to all white men. So in the original documents, all men are created equal. It meant all men. It meant all white men of Northern European heritage. It meant all landed, property owning white men. So it was a very small group who could vote. Well, that group was getting bigger of poor whites. They were connecting with indigenous peoples. They were connecting with people of African descent. And so the people in power were like, what do we do about this? We give the vote to all white men. And immediately that identity of class no longer takes on the power of class. Now, all white men, and Cheryl Harris has an article called The Property of Whiteness, that it was a property. It meant now all white men have a voice and a presence in the public square, and therefore a place of superiority. And then defining race with the one drop rule. It meant that it's a way to define the purity of whiteness. That if anyone had one drop of, in the one drop rule, it was one drop of African heritage, they weren't considered white. And how you define all of that again, you know, so. So just a brief look at the 400 plus years of constructing race in relation to people of African descent. And this happens differently, that race has been constructed for all groups of people of color. It looks and happens differently. There are different laws I'll reflect on that cover all people. But by positioning black-white dualism as almost like early in the day, the first and the third, then it means there weren't as many comments from those of the twos. It's kind of like that invisibility that takes over for indigenous peoples, Asian heritage people, Latinx, because we talk about and position race as black, white. And then it has a powerful impact again on all of the people and how they see one another. So people in that middle sometimes can strive to want to be more white, to have access to the power, or to connect with communities. So within the connection of African descent people, goes back to 1619, when the first African heritage people were brought to be enslaved in Virginia. And notice 1619 to 1865, that's 246 years. So Isabel Wilkerson in her book Caste helps us, you know, look at those numbers. That means it won't be until 2111 that we will have had as many years post-slavery in the US as we have slavery. So some of the pieces of, well, that was so long ago, get over it. It's like, we aren't even nearly there to be as long since as the formation of ways of seeing and living together. That was followed by 103 years of Jim Crow with convict leasing. The Equal Justice Institute has documented 6,500 lynchings, so many others that weren't documented. Separate but equal, which was always separate, but never equal. And then the years since of post-racial, which are really a very few years of 50 some, where now then there have been other ways of reinstating. So Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, of using mass incarceration and the war on drugs to again, incarcerate more people of Black and brown skin. So I'm going to walk through how did this all happen to us and how have we come to live in this really messy house that takes its toll on all of us. And it's like when you, my office at home, it's kind of messy, but after a while, I don't see the mess because, it's just there. I live in the midst of it. It's when something starts to break down in our house, we don't see it until we're ready to sell it or something. And then we see it and decide to fix it up. Well, we're living in a pretty messy house. So I'm going to start, and this is in your packets on page 9. So you can see it better. It's a little hard on the screen to see. So we start at the bottom in the bedrock of the ideologies that have been entangled between Christianity and Western civilization. And as I said, it's that doctrine of discovery that lies at some really deep pieces of that. So the papal bulls in 1400s, there were a number of them, but in 1493, Pope Alexander VI issued a papal declaration, and these were really meant to define who had the right of ownership, over lands that Europeans discovered. So the first one, he issued was to say to Europeans, these are the lands that Spain has ownership rights over in the New World because Columbus discovered them. And that continued then as that European ownership of lands, and that doctrine has been underlying things all these years and informed a lot of the US. That's still the way things were defined. So in 330 years later, in 1823, Chief Justice Marshall wrote that the Supreme Court decided that the US had discovery lands that Europe had discovered were now transferred to the US. So in essence, American Indians only had a right of occupancy, which could be abolished. So that doctrine of discovery shaped the single story of peoples in the Americas and other lands that the Europeans colonized as savages, as pagans, as all kinds of names of shaping that single story. And in that doctrine, he wrote specifically, because this is interesting. The bull stated that any land not inhabited by Christians was available to be discovered, claimed, and exploited by Christian rulers, and declared that the Catholic faith and the Christian religion be exalted and be everywhere increased and spread, and that barbarous nation overthrown and brought to the faith itself. So deep roots in that entangling of Western culture where the cross went with the crown. The European imperialism was then part of that. So by 1915, Europeans had colonized 85% of the world's land surfaces. 85% that Europeans colonized. The US Constitution that said that people of African descent were 3/5 of a person. The fugitive slave law was incorporated in the Constitution. Biblical foundations of dominion, a chosen people, a single truth. Gary Howard, who writes for teachers, actually unpacked this better, I think, than I've seen most theologians, but that piece of changing from dominion of Genesis to have dominion over creation to have domination. And Europeans who then declared themselves as the chosen people to have domination over all of the lands that they were colonizing, and a single truth, that was shared with Western ways of doing that, rather than authentically with the peoples, but a single truth that then gave them the right to have domination over all of the people. The Declaration of Independence with white men then getting the vote later. Birth of Caucasian, Manifest Destiny was that way then of living out that papal bull of now the lands are empty and it's white American settlers who have the right to march across the lands. And the development of the concept of race, Western ways of thinking, knowing, and being. So there's this deep, deep bedrock of ideologies. Then we have basement walls, structural foundations built on this. So based on that ideology, it gives rise to things and say these things then can happen. Based on that, we have Native American genocide, we have the Indian Removal Act, we have the system of slavery, we have laws by the 1660s establishing Africans as slaves for life. We have Thomas Jefferson, who on one hand was saying all men are created equal, on the other hand was saying, well, yes, whites are superior, blacks are inferior, in his notes on the state of Virginia. We have the Naturalization Act in 1790 that said only white people of good character could become naturalized citizens of the US. The vote given, 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act was the first law that specifically excluded a whole group of people. and the national origin system that we'll look at a little later that defined quotas for immigration. Based on that, then, we've got those basement walls. Well, then we've got a lot of supporting beams that happen, the social, economic, and political systems that put those walls in place with the use of power. So based on all of that, we have the creation of reservations, the breach of tribal treaties, Indian schools, Jim Crow laws, Dred Scott case that said that Dred Scott, who had been living in a free state, could never be free, could never become a citizen because he was of African heritage. Japanese internment, voting rights laws, war on drugs, all the kinds of things that continue to use power to keep this system in place. The use of resources for economics. So the US Capitol, many universities, churches on the East Coast were built by enslaved labor. In 1848, the US annexed a good portion of northern Mexico and simply brought Mexicans into the country, but never really gave them the right of citizenship. And within 2 decades, their land was taken from them. So the line moved, the people didn't, but it impacted the land. Redlining that Marilyn referred to, access to loans, the Homestead Act on who had the right to buy property because it had come from European ownership and therefore had taken away the right of Native peoples to their own lands. Property tax for education that continues to perpetuate the inequities, convict leasing, access to jobs, and then all of the social ordering, Plessy versus Ferguson, the separate but equal, jokes, memes, all of those kinds of things that reinforce social ordering. Movies, the movie Birth of a Nation from the early 1900s, a huge influence on people's attitudes and creating an image of an aggressive, threatening Black male, and that all white women should be very, very afraid. So many, many lynchings that were able to happen because of that. You know, a white woman, even recently in New York, in Central Park, where she called the police like, there's this Black man here who was bird watching, not threatening, but of course, again, could use the system. Stereotypes that we referred to, the housing covenants, sundown towns. And if anybody doesn't know, the sundown towns were towns, and there are many of those around here in the north, where if people of non-white people were working in the town during the day, they had to be out by sundown. So it created those places of maintaining whiteness, white superiority. So then we come to the top manifestations, and we have in these the white luxury of ignorance. So a big part of it is this, for whites, the ability to be ignorant of all of this and its meaning. And how do we help to educate our children knowing how this system was put in place? It results in wealth inequality, healthcare, education gaps, prison systems, and there's data for all of those to help us understand the deep inequities of that. And yet, knowing that data is really held in tension also, where it's really important to know the stories of what that means. I heard recently someone saying data is stories without the tears. We need to have the stories with the tears to know what that means on the top. And housing segregation, job and leadership gaps, and the legacy of white privilege. So white privilege only happens at the top as a manifestation that I have that because of all of this stuff underneath. That's a little picture of how we got to where we are today. So I'll give you a few minutes in small groups to sort of unpack this and take a look at just a real simple question of have you been taught to see this or not see this? You know, any questions, thoughts, reactions you have to the diagram? So we'll give you just about 10 minutes for this. So kind of a short discussion, just to do a little wading into it.
Pretty good. In my previous call, we did sort of a timeline of where you guys. This is very much posted. Yeah, like.
Okay, breakout rooms are closed. People are back. So welcome back. So we're just going to take 2 comments from the room on this and 2 from the Zoom rooms. And then we're going to go deeper into all of this again. So this isn't your last touch on this. So comments from your group of insights of what were your thoughts and reflections in going through all of these pieces?
So I have had the joy now of hearing this information from you particularly twice. I have learned this information several other times throughout my life, easily half a dozen times. And I am continually amazed at how our culture is set up, in which as soon as my eyes move away from it, it's like it's not in my brain anymore. Like we have the history of slavery happened, yay, Civil War, some weird stuff, and then the civil rights movement. And that's how what we teach. And so, and that narrative is so embedded that we just like are trained to forget this as soon as we look away from it. It just does not stick. I every time have to write down what the Dred Scott case is, even though I have read about it many times in my life. And that's astounding.
Trained to forget is really a good phrase there. Thank you.
So we talked about how it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot, and there's a sadness to it, and how almost it feels like whenever there's some kind of progress, then racism manifests itself in a new different way, and that still continues to this day. And so what is the question at least that I had for the group was, is there hope that this will ever change? Even though there's steps, right? There's more steps, more progress that we see, but is there even hope that this is getting any better? Or is it just finding new ways of manifesting itself?
That is the essence of the question. Yes, thank you. And then let's take a couple from you.
No one has commented yet. Oh, there's one. All right, thank you, Becky. Our conversation included conversation about how this history is somewhat paralyzing because these events are not unique to white European colonialism. The history of humanity is one of power over others, and the group in power exploits others. Tribalism is an essence of humanity.
Yeah, so the issues of power are the key pieces in there. And it's important in looking at that and recognizing that it's not about pointing fingers or blame, that the people sitting here today did not do all of those things. We are not responsible for it, but that piece of the forgetfulness and looking away and then forgetting again, the piece where we don't get off the hook is our responsibility to learn. And to learn more and to then keep challenging where we're going back and to say, how do we keep moving forward that we can move? So I cannot be responsible for the past, but I am responsible for today and for what I do and how I interact and how I work for change today. So it's that important piece of, and yes, tribalism has existed forever, but that piece of of European imperialism and the racism. And racism, as we're talking about it, is specifically within the United States. These things play out differently in all different countries across the world. But for within the United States, this was our history of how it got put in place.
Dr. Joyce, there's a question on here that goes with that. Do we have a model of how other countries have compensated Indigenous people?
I don't know that offhand. I know Canada is working on things in relationship to their schools and the number of boarding schools and the number of children killed. But overall, I don't know that.
In Australia, is in the middle of trying to figure out stuff there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Australia.
Oh, okay, Australia. So tell them to check out Australia's work.
South Africa, truth and reconciliation.
Right.
Yep, South Africa, take those in. So we are gonna keep going. We're getting close, y'all. We're getting close. Woo! Getting close to a break. All right, so turn to page 10, cycle of socialization. So we'll just peel back a little bit more how this all gets put into place. And I just want to say, Pastor Tawanda, to that question that you all asked about hope. If we ain't got no hope, we might as well leave now. Leave now. What's the point? Why bother? Why bother? This is where, for me, I can't, without my faith, I can't have these conversations. So I have to hold on to hope that we can keep pressing toward beloved community until beloved community comes. Right? That's what, if we accept the call to keep working on it, even when it feels hopeless, even when it feels like we haven't made any progress. A lot of progress has happened, but we know exactly as you said, it re-entrenches itself. This is where the work gets hard and you have to press on, right? So yeah, if we don't do that, then, and this is a part of talking about this cycle of socialization, because we get socialized to think if it doesn't change, if it doesn't change fast, then there's no point in me spending time on it. All right. So in this model here, and this is a good piece to have the conversation with people in your congregations or that you work with that just like this, I don't understand none of this stuff. Why, whatever. Let's talk about our stories, right? Let's talk about how we got to be the way we are. People like to talk about that, right? So the one thing I will say as we look at this sheet is, even though we start with the early years, I like to point out that it's important to recognize that the story before the person is even born matters as well, right? Who that child is born to, what is the color of that child's skin? Does that child come into the world with economic security or not? Was the mother ill? Was she addicted? Is the father present? Are there partners that love each other that are caring for this child? Is it a single parent? I mean, all of that matters. So all of that also goes into the shaping of that individual. And then we get here and we go to school and we start learning things, right? So growing up at home and in school, misinformation about other people. How many stereotypes can we list, right, that we've learned about a group, right? That's part of our misinformation. Missing history. So much history we didn't learn when we were growing up, and depending on our age, some people that are younger may have had a better, but even now, what the young people are getting in school is not accurate, composite, healthy perception of history, and we're going backwards. We're trying to go backwards. There's groups that are trying to push and pull everything out of school curriculums that speaks of the truth, the other stories of all the people. So this is the work that we have to do. This is the work we have to do. And bias history, right? Who gets to tell the story? They tell it from their bias. Right? That's what happens to us. And again, we didn't ask for it. It just happens. we're socializing to this, right? And it comes through again, the institutions. Some of this is just reinforcement of what we talked about, but you know, we have to hear something over and over again. And so that we can get enough deep memory so that it doesn't go away so quickly. That's part of the challenge. So, and these are institutions that we know, love, and trust. Who wants to say their grandma made them prejudiced? But we know there are things that people said and did that put some seeds, planted some seeds, and it is what it is. So we're at the point now where we have to make a decision. So here's where we internalize these things. A lot of times we've questioned things, we've wondered things. We didn't know what to do with that stuff, but it is in there. And we're trying to figure out now, you know, how to address it because it's in there. We feel it, we see it, we react when we feel like we should not have reacted a certain way. So there's something in there. But we get a chance to make a decision. Do I go along or do I say, now I don't want to do that anymore? So Pastor Salim, this is where I get to say, do I want to collude or do I want to say, nope, I'm going to be a co-conspirator. I have to decide, you know, am I going to, and it's both oppressed and oppressor. So we all get trapped in this thinking. So this is a part of all the complexity of this, right? We have internalized the message. We view the misinformation as truth, and we don't see difference as different but equal, but as wrong or abnormal. So we learn that pain of comparison, right? Instead of saying it is, oh, there's a lot of goodness, there's a lot of gift, there's all it, but no, we're so I have to decide, do I want to keep going along with that? Or do I want to stand against that? And it is not easy. And we know it's not easy to stand against it because a lot of times you may be standing by yourself, right? Even people that say they back you up disappear when it's time to say the battle is on, right? But this is real. So we have to take some risk if we're going to stand up for this. In the middle of that is all this emotional stuff. And we put that in there because this is very, when those emotions get in there, ooh, we can get so bound, right? Shame, somebody raised up those issues, right? Shame, fear, anger, guilt, confusion, denial. We can get trapped. We can get trapped in our emotions and then we don't move. We're just too afraid or whatever to do anything, right? So one thing about this, and I'll say this because, so as we come out of the pandemic and we're experiencing all of this trauma that people have, we've experienced, all of us, right? And we have all this anxiety and all that stuff. This is where we have to really take good care of ourselves. If we are going to be the healers that God has called us to be, the healers got to work on the healing for themselves too and be healed. So we need to be doing our own work of healing and all of this emotional stuff and all of these things that we're carrying this stuff right into our work with us. So our work on that piece is never ending. We have to always be addressing where I am, how I'm being, am I healthy? Am I taking care of myself? You know, what am I carrying right now that could be a hindrance to my work of being a healer, right? This is all of in the mix here. So that piece is not real complicated. It's there. We get to think about it. Do we have questions on this?
Yes. So on your sheet, small group questions. So use both this chart of socialization and that chart of the construction. Looking at both of those, then move through that and do some story sharing. You can pick up the different ones. If you want to examine your early years, how were those ideologies and foundations put in place? Or unpack how the cycle was reinforced for you in power, resources, and social ordering. How have you colluded and internalized the system? How do you experience those feelings? What's required for dissonance? You obviously cannot do all of those. So I would say take just a moment, think about for yourself, which one do you want to kind of unpack within your small group? And that everyone has time to unpack something.
So the questions are on pages 2 and 3 that go to that, the social construction of race and white supremacy, and then examining socialization. So those are where the questions are. So you can just look at those and say, well, what's resonating with me? What's catching my attention that I need to address? And then how much time are we going to get?
We'll just do 15 minutes, so it's not nearly enough. You'll need to talk about this more again later.
Okay, so 15 minutes.
Yeah. Looking at both the race, construction of races.
Okay, we're gonna take about 5 minutes of 5 to 7 minutes of feedback and then give you a chance to take a break. They fed us so well. Thank you. All right, so comments, thoughts. Joyce has got the mic here.
I was reflecting on my own story of the Scandinavian pietism, right? We don't talk about our feelings, we don't do conflict, right? How that has now socializes right into you don't address something, right? I don't call you out or say, hey, that's not right, because then that makes you uncomfortable and then I'm at fault, right? And so the socialization of that culture and how now it continues to support and uphold whiteness, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Minnesota or Midwest nice. And one of our colleagues has an acronym for that. Nothing is critically examined. Yes. We want to just be nice and not, call people out or examine it.
Hey, anybody else in the room? Anything coming up on the Zoom over there? Okay, you're still thinking.
We talked about some of that at our table too, and mainly how like that, the niceness of all that is just, that's just what keeps the socialization going, that it eases the dissonance that you'd need to break out of that. It erases that, it tries to wash over that, it tries to, kind of erase it from our conversation or from our life together so that we can keep, merry-go-round can keep going around.
Yes, yes.
Just here, particularly socializing, even in church.
Yeah.
Some congregation that has at its altar a white Jesus.
Yes.
And it's funny because there's a white Jesus that's at the top of the altar, and here's a black man talking about the white Jesus. And I have confident students, they question. And at one, and I was telling the table how I had interjected that, Jesus was a Middle Eastern, he wasn't Scandinavian. And in my suggestion box, I had 150 responses as to, you need to go back to seminary and look into what Jesus is. And I had to respond to them back and forth. Middle Easterners are not blue-eyed, blonde-haired people from that. And as a matter of fact, they're swarthy, because they have tan. And I really had to learn how not to get angry.
Yes.
At the fact that people were telling me something that I studied,
Yes.
got student loans to prove it. That it was.
Right, right.
However, every time they come into the service,
Right.
they see, every time they look at a picture, and I had to remind them that the picture that you're looking at is Michelangelo's cousin.
So talk about opportunities to start breaking the conversation open, right? I mean, these are things that can break the conversation over.
This is internalization. I served an internship in Detroit. Just part of that story is interns, when a family member in another congregation died, I would go and speak on behalf of their own congregation. So I ended up at an AME church, and I walk in, I got my collar on. They put me up on the front, with all the clergy. And there were two white people in that room that day, me and Jesus on the wall. So here's even in an African-American congregation.
Absolutely.
A depiction of a white Jesus.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Someone is sharing, we talked about the importance of naming our internal racism and the racism around us in order to break the cycle. And then someone asks, would the group of trainers address this in the plan for moving forward? I can ask for
When they say
more
this,
clarification.
when they say this, what,
mean by this?
yeah, I'm not sure
What do you mean by this?
this, what is this?
I think it's mom. Mom, what do you mean? Can you say more? You can unmute yourself if you wish. Oh, the cycle of socialization.
Oh, yeah.
How to break that cycle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, so just like what my sister said here, how deeply it's been put into us is how hard we have to work at unbreaking it. And it's every single time a thought comes up, an image comes up, an opportunity comes up for a conversation saying, how can I be dissonant here? How can I put some truth in here? And so like, what would it be like for these two synods to take that on, let's deal with the imagery piece. Are we so bold as to show many versions of what Jesus looked like to so many different cultures and ways that Jesus is described, and talk about that? And why is it that it's so hard to imagine when it is right there? It's the truth, whether you like it or not, whether you want to accept it or not. Can we work on that? This is work. It's not easy. And there's going to be conflict. So let me throw that out there right away. Learn how to deal with it. We don't know how to deal with conflict. That's another one of our challenges. We don't know how to have hard conversations. So we can start working on that. So whichever piece it is you want to work on, start working on it. Because it's not going to change unless we are a part of making it change. Otherwise, we're complicit. We're complicit, yes.
2 points. One.
Wait, Pastor Salim, till you get the microphone.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were getting ready to say something.
The first one is, there was a church in southern Minnesota I used to go for tech study at. Their Jesus was so old, and I think the humidity was so high in the little box here stored in. He was a dreadlocked Jesus. It was amazing to see him every time I went. And then the second point is just to maybe push back to the person who asked online about what do we have a plan for going forward. I have found I've been doing stuff with synods around anti-racism stuff since 2005. And every single time it's like, well, what should we do? What's the plan? Is there a course we can do? No, get off your and go and meet somebody. form a relationship when you have skin to lose in the game, right?
Yes.
Because plans don't matter, right? I mean, they could have the best intentions, but until there's true reconciliation where we're connecting at a heart level, nothing's gonna change.
It's critical. And so, and this, I'm gonna tell you all, I have revealed a lot of things about myself as I'm here. I don't want nobody talking about reparations till you talk about repentance. I mean, these are the things that get me. So how about we have those conversations? We make apologies publicly. We put all this stuff on paper. We use nice words. We got some of the best words in the Lutheran Church, but we ain't backing it up. We don't walk the walk. We talk the talk, but we don't walk the walk. That's the work that we have to do. And that is every person, every congregation, every synod, everybody. And like you said, we can't worry about getting we gotta get the strategy in place. We gotta get the plan in place. And then we're gonna put all this on paper and then, okay, here we go again. And then it's another 5 years before we've done a darn thing. Like, how about we stop doing that? Okay, so we can do that, but we have to commit to that. We have to be so bold as to do that. So we're gonna take a break, but if you didn't get a chance to look at the white privilege checklist, go through that while you're on your break. Sit there, go through it. It's in your packet. If people online, if you haven't done the white privilege checklist, try to get through those two of those, because we're gonna come back and do a poll on these when we start, and then we'll go into the other last part of the presentation.
It might just be interactive. Only interactive. Okay, all right.
So you're not gonna make me, I think he's making off week, but everyone's straight together. Oh, yeah, that would be. Okay, all right, so yeah, when they get here, okay. Okay. So let's see how we're doing.
Are you back online?
Oh, yeah. They were talking. Like our people. Okay, cool. All right.
All right, so we are going to start off with a poll. First of all, just very quickly, you had two white privilege checklists, one that Peggy McIntosh, this one has been around for a long, long time. Those first ones came up with that, and then the second one that we shared with you was one that was in the Lutheran magazine. So again, when we look at tools, these are our tools. We have these magazines in our churches. People get them in the mail. Let's use our tools. You know, we know this is a very hard topic for a lot of people to talk about, but this is a good way to start the conversation. Let's read these things and try them on for size and see, you know, where we stand. You know, you gotta get people wet. Does that sound familiar? We gotta get wet. Baptism, all the way under. All right, so. Oh gosh. So what I'm gonna ask, and hopefully you got a chance to fill it out, or you can kind of, if you glance at it, say, who can say that they oh, you have a question?
No.
Oh, people, oh, there they are.
Look at these fine, wonderful humans who made us a delicious lunch, cared for us, and served us. Let's give them a. Stop on standing up. I'm gonna stand over here. Good and gracious God, we thank you for these wonderful humans, the gift that they have for hospitality and loving their neighbor, and we thank you for this work that they have bestowed upon us. Grant them the same right back and be with them as they continue this work here on their journey, in their path, on their walk, and as they leave this place and enter into their places and their families and all the people that love them and care for them. So we ask that you give them those blessings that they ask most deep into their hearts, and that you remind each day how thankful we are for all that they are and all that they do. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Hey,
Do you want to see if he wants to make a note?
oh, you want to say that now?
Oh, yeah. Just a quick announcement, you know, I think you got an email with the reminder that we will have a speaker tonight at 6 o'clock after supper. And those of you who are just here for the day, you're welcome to stick around. We won't have food in this room for you, but there's food everywhere around. You can find food. So if you want to eat dinner here real quick and then stay for the Merlin Deegan, who I can't remember his official title, but he's the
director of the cultural division of the White Earth Nation.
Right. So he's going to speak to us this evening and help us to understand this issue that we've been wrestling with today from a specifically Indigenous perspective here, from the perspective of people on White Earth. That'll be about an hour with some time for Q&A. So 6 o'clock tonight, and everyone's welcome to stay. So thank you.
Wonderful.
So when you got the email from me, I lied. It's not 5:30, it's 6 o'clock. I had 3 mistakes today and that's one of them.
You're good enough.
Yes.
Our whole table said we didn't get that.
Yeah, neither do we.
Because you're here for the training, so you have to come anyways.
No, we're here to stay.
Yeah, you're here for the training.
But you're not telling us when to be where. Or you can like that.
The mistake.
I got you.
I got it right. Okay. So let's look at another tool. So again, this is something that you can use to introduce people to the conversation about white privilege. So it's not so threatening, we're looking at we're checking off some boxes, we're looking at some statements. We didn't say them, somebody else said them. But can we find ourselves in this? Can we see where we sit in it? And can we own any of what really does belong to us? So, and then the second sheet was from two women, Yolanda Denson Byers and Sherry Seifert, who came out of a church in Minneapolis, Calvary, and they put together their own list after Yolanda just was noticing the privilege she doesn't have, this watching what happens in church. Yeah, is that right?
I don't want to derail, but I just am curious. I was noticing while reading that article that Pastor Yolanda was never referred to as Pastor Yolanda in the article. Do you know if that's her preference?
I don't know.
Okay.
But and it's not in here, so we have to make sure we get that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pastor Yolanda and but again, the reality of her experience is what we're talking about. So that's extremely important. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do two quick, we're going to do a poll. We're going to combine these together instead of worrying about having it separate. If you had time, you could do each of them and have a different conversation after each one. And so, but what I want to invite is people who were able to check off a lot of these. So let's just say in the first one, there was, so maybe you were able to check off 15 or more. In the second one, there was 26. Maybe you were able to check off 20 or more. So could you just stand just so we can just see, right? Because again, our senses and all of that is important. You were able to check off quite a few of these. So could you just stand up if you were able to check off quite a few of these? And so we'll just take a couple of. This is the one. Okay. So talk about that a little bit, recognizing that what rises up for you? What does it make you think about? What does it make you wonder? Any response to the fact that this kind of describes your life and this privilege that you have and you get to walk in?
There was a number of them I read and I just thought, oh yeah, I never thought of that, but yes. So lack of awareness.
Okay.
This hurts my heart that not everyone is standing. Oh, sure they hurt me. I said it hurts my heart that not everyone is standing, and I can't help but recognize those that are seated.
Anybody saying anything there?
No one's saying anything. And I don't know if you guys can see, we're at 68%. 61% is at 18 to 20. 29% is at 15 to 17 for the first one. And then the second one, most people are in the upper range too, but there are more lower and in the middle.
Okay.
For the.
Okay. All right, you can be seated. For those who did not stand up on the first, I would like to invite you to, if you would like to say anything or reflect anything about your thoughts, your feelings, Pastor Tawanda.
I think it's sad, but it's also sadder that I'm like, okay, sure. It's like I've built a thick skin around these issues that when I look at it, it doesn't bother me as much. It's just like, oh, that's the reality of the world I live in. And so it's sad. And it's even sad that it is the reality of the world that I'm okay with. Well, I'm not okay with it. I should rephrase that. I'm used to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
with myself, noticing that, and I notice it all the time, of course, what can I do? I mean, what powers do I address that would be able to say, okay, well, we're gonna change this. Let's talk about this. Powers are the same people that stand up. So where can I address this?
I suppose I could have checked the one that said I recognize music as an organ hymns, but that's more like cringe than it is. Time I've thought about why I serve this denomination. I'm like, because I want to be like, okay, here's a pastor who told me a story about the whale, I don't know. Because I'm like, God destroyed those people. But then I am thrilled when Nineveh is delivered. And that's why I have to, it gets harder and harder. Somehow, every time I try to escape, it gets sucked in deep. And God has a really, I don't think I'd call it a sense of humor about it, because youth ministry, the ordained ministry, work with this committee, with Senate, and then maybe the Senate Council. You know, it's like the next time if I try to run away, they'll say, oh, I'd like to nominate you for bishop. I'm just gonna run for benefit. But really, it's hard because the pastor before me, I don't think he ever wore it out. And if he did, it was for big occasions. And now I have all kinds of members nitpicking about the fact that I don't wear it out. There was never a question. I had all this shirt made in Tanzania to wear on Sundays. I can't wear them because they won't let me.
I just want to read this statement that Pastor Yolanda said when they put together this list. The list included in this article comes from all three sources. So there was a number of sources that they used. It is by no means exhaustive, but I pray that our European American siblings will not only hear the pain involved in making such a list, but also commit themselves to becoming actively anti-racist and doing everything possible to dismantle these white privileges within the church.
So again, reinforcing some of these things and looking at how did all this come to be and what does this mean? So this is a quote from Gary Howard. His book is We Can't Teach What We Don't Know, White Teachers, Multiracial Schools. I think it's a really solid book. He explores a lot of pieces. He reviews first in this quote that many privileges have come to white simply because we're members of the dominant group. Nobody asked for these. Many people may not have wanted them. They simply are. They have come to be. The privilege of having our voices heard, of not having to explain or defend our legitimate citizenship, of seeing our images projected in a positive light, of remaining insulated from other people's realities, of being represented in positions of power, being able to tell our own stories. These privileges are usually not earned, and often not consciously acknowledged that our privileged dominance often threatens the physical and cultural well-being of other groups is a reality that whites, for the most part, have chosen to ignore. The fact that we can choose to ignore such realities is perhaps our most insidious privilege. So it's that piece of, again, how do we review this over that it becomes part of our memory, part of our daily living, part of my reality every day to wake up and say, what does the color of my skin mean for my world today, for the world of everyone in our beloved community? How do I act, live, and be in a way that's life-giving? And that's the challenge of living outside of that hierarchy that we saw in Matthew 20. So I'm going to just look again at sort of that white racial frame. So what do these glasses look like from a white perspective? What are those white glasses? So we're all given these lenses that we see the world through. Our lenses were shaped with our socialization. And the close-up look, it's kind of like when you go to the eye doctor, it's like, is this one better or is this one better? Is this one better? Is it clearer now or is it clearer now? It's that piece of sharpening our focus to look at, was I socialized here or was I socialized here or both? Or which are those lenses to be able to look at and shape how I see the world? Part of those lenses are shaped by our implicit biases. So above this waterline is what we see and hear and are conscious of. But below the bottom, the line is all of those deeply unconscious implicit biases. Things that, we just react without thinking. We just do because something was put in place in us. It's beliefs, values, prejudices, experiences, fears, dreams, feelings, all of that stuff. And we have to slow down and be deliberate to recognize our unconscious bias. If I don't slow down, I will simply react from ways I have been programmed. But I have to try to work at becoming deliberately conscious to say, oh, what does this decision mean for the people of color in my community? What does this decision mean maybe for children? What does this decision mean for people who are differently abled? It's being able to slow down and ask those questions and to be skeptical, to do the critically examining, not just being nice and staying at the surface, but critically examining and saying, why do we think that? Why is that so? And seeking new information. We're not going to do this part, but this one I would suggest, just for time, our affinity bias. So when you have time tonight, just put down the initials or names of 4 to 5 of the people in your life who you go to, who aren't family, the people who you go to most often for trusted advice. Just put down those. And then look back at that list and look at how are they the same as you by gender, by race, by age, by education level, by gender identity, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status. And just take a look at how our affinity group then shapes who we invite in and who is part of our circle. Because those biases are all socialized. So we hold those unconscious stereotypes of many different groups of people. And then we can unconsciously change body language, tone, gestures when we interact with different people. I'm not aware of it when I do it, but we all at times do it. It's being able to become aware as much as possible of how we're acting out of those, and then knowing how those implicit biases impact people's life chances. and what that means for opportunities in many different ways. So if you can't read all of these, they deal with race. BIPOC are aggressive, white, assertive, gender differences between women and men, older people not as open to challenges, and abilities that we focus on what the lack of ability might be rather than the assets and strengths. Many different ways that we could go through socialized biases we have. So looking again just at this white racial frame and how it came to shape our ways of thinking and being, and how this white racial frame, again, impacts everyone in our society. It shapes internalized racial oppression and it shapes internalized white superiority. Those internalized pieces of it. So in this, it's the ways that we've caught these things. So hard to see the top one, but it's the dehumanization and genocide of Native peoples, the 1619 coming of African people, 1660s, the laws established Africans as slaves for life. Washington, who owned our first president, who owned 200 enslaved persons, and of the first presidents, 12 of the first presidents owned enslaved peoples. Thomas Jefferson, and I'll read this one because this is the interesting piece. So while he was writing the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal, he also wrote in the notes on the state of Virginia that Blacks were inferior to whites in reason and imagination. This unfortunate difference of color and perhaps of faculty is a powerful obstacle to the emancipation of these people. So this is the beginning foundation. And so it's this, again, this dichotomy and tension of the people we hold up as heroes also reinforce this legacy of white superiority. So again, in that hierarchy of race, whites were most superior, Blacks were most inferior, and then other people of color in between. Then 1790 Naturalization Act, only applying to white people. Then the Indian Removal Act, Manifest Destiny, the annexation of northern Mexico, where people were promised they could become citizens and keep their land, but that did not last more than 2 decades. Then the Dred Scott decision, the 13th Amendment that said neither slavery or involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime, which then meant after the institution of slavery was abolished, convict leasing replaced it so that the punishment for crime, if railroads, the mines, a whole lot of different places in the South needed workers, they would pick up people, African descent people who were loitering or whatever, but could pick up for any reason, put them in jail so that now they were incarcerated and then they could be leased out. So their lives actually could get worse because now no one had any stake in their well-being. And if they died, they would just get some more convicts to come and work in the mines. The Chinese Exclusion Act. And so it's interesting, the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882. So it's kind of like, and then the Statue of Liberty. So Statue of Liberty facing the Atlantic Ocean, come, give me your huddled masses. The back is to the Pacific Ocean. No, not you. So interesting how the two things again happening about the same time. Plessy versus Ferguson. And so that white racial frame in the center of surrounding the whiteness, which diminishes and kind of makes more for people who see that white frame in the middle, not even be able to see the realities for people who aren't in that frame. And all of the pieces of the laws, actions, realities. And then the pieces that are given to those in the white racial frame, the Homestead Act, sundown towns, redlining. So even the Federal Housing Association, in their documents, this is a government agency that specifically said, no, do not give loans to people who live within these red lines, within the urban areas. So we did not have opportunity to get homes and generational wealth and racial covenants. And we have people around the Milwaukee area exploring the different suburbs around that have the specific racial covenants that said you cannot sell houses in these new subdivisions. So the reality that we have segregated housing, it's not by happenstance, it's not by people's choice, it was by law. And the GI Bill, which this is one of those examples of the pieces that are specifically, white people can see those things that give them advantage and tend not to see that those things that they have advantage from weren't available to other people. So it's this thing like, well, everybody has access. No, everybody, it said everybody had access to the GI Bill, but the Black GIs who were coming back could not get the loans because of redlining, because of FHA. So while the loans were given out through the GI Bill to white GIs, they were specifically not allowed to be given to the Black GIs. And education, they were not allowed to be admitted to many of the schools that were still racially segregated, so also were then excluded from education. So we have that white racial frame that's then held in place and given even greater, again, that lens sharpening of stereotypes, media images, racialized emotions, the fear and other emotions that keep to hold this in place, and the subconscious reactions and images. All of those pieces that shape that racial frame. A major piece is the national origin system that, in addition to this, shaped the demographics of the country. So this act was in 1920s to 1924. There were a number of census of immigration laws. And this meant that in the immigration was based on who was currently present in the country in 1920 census. So the people who were here at that time largely were Northern Europeans as immigrants. So this referred specifically to immigrants and who could still come. So 3% of each nationality in the 1920 census. So that meant 70% of the quota was given to Great Britain, Ireland, and Germany. Well, all the people from those countries who wanted to come primarily were here by that point. So the law was really specifically written to keep out Eastern and Southern Europeans. But what it meant is just, it's important to kind of look and notice on this diagram of the people from Europe and Canada who were the immigrants, the darker blue, and what that meant for the demographic landscape of the United States. That law, of course, in the 1920s then, World War I had just ended, so that also impacted immigration, but it was those unfilled quotas that deeply impacted immigration, that others were excluded. And then immigration continued low until the 1965 Act, which started to open up immigration to Asian and Latino countries. And now you can see the difference in the number of immigrants from all other places in the lighter blue. So some of the reactions that we're seeing around and fears of immigration are lodged in this changing demographic of who is coming and what does that mean for the landscape of the US. Oh yeah, here we have Jesus. You probably have seen this picture. This picture hangs in the education area of my church where I belong. We've had serious conversations. The pastor and I have wanted to take it down. But part of it is, if we simply take it down, number one, there will probably be reaction from someplace. We don't know who gave it or why, but it's somebody put it back up there because it hadn't been there. So somebody would notice. And the other piece is, or if it just goes away, we wouldn't have the conversation. So he's been doing some interesting thinking about what if I preach on images of Jesus over several Sundays. We have this image up, and then there are many, many, many different images of Jesus to put up over a series of Sundays and preach about those images. And then this one disappears, and but that there needs to be the conversation. So the piece of art, images speak deeply. And what this image has done around the world is significant. This image, if you can see it from farther away, again, is an old image from the beginnings of the country, but again, powerful in shaping what people saw as the US. This is Columbia as she's moving westward, holding a telegraph wire, bringing telegraph, holding a school book, and bringing white settlers behind her and transportation, the train. And notice again that those imagery of light and dark. So it's light behind her as she's bringing light to the west, which is painted as dark, and driving the native peoples and the animals away in front of her. The power of images in shaping who the country is. And then all of that, those images take deep meaning in how we see people and how they show up. This is an older newspaper articles from Hurricane Katrina. You can find many, 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 but this is just such a wonderful stark contrast. So on the left, we have two residents wade through chest-deep water after finding bread and soda from a local grocery store after Hurricane Katrina came through the area. On the right, exact same thing happening. Water. A young man walks through chest-deep floodwater after looting a grocery store in New Orleans. So again, the power of the media, just in those use of words, white people find the things the young black man looted. That same thing happened. The things disappeared from the store. And then what that means is it has an impact on life chances and opportunities. So the 1 in 3 African-American men have a chance of going to prison during their lives. 1 in 3. And 1 in 17 white men. And in jobs, there's lots of different images of this. There are other pieces of studies of who gets called back for a job, depending on whether they have a white sounding name or a different sounding name. And that, but in this one, it's just stark that black males who have no jail time have a 14% chance of being called back, while a white male with jail time has a 17% chance. So a higher percent for a white male to be called back for the job who has jail time versus a black male without any. So based on all of that and all the things we've seen and heard, this is a quote from W.E.B. Du Bois in his essay, The Souls of White Folks. He wrote, "How easy then, by emphasis and omission, to make children believe that every great soul the world ever saw was a white man's soul, that every great thought the world ever knew was a white man's thought, that every great deed the world ever did was a white man's deed, that every great dream the world ever sang was a white man's dream. That white racial frame shapes us, shapes our world, shapes our relationships, shapes life's chances and opportunities. And within that white racial frame is the Teflon of white moral virtue. That Teflon of white people are basically good people. There's some people who are bad, but you know, white people are basically good. This Teflon of moral virtue, white social capital of being able to connect with other people, find the doors that open, being able to use that whiteness like the woman in Central Park could just use it, but it's used all the time of that white social capital. The white worldview, European American civilization is the peak of the chain of being, so put in place a long, long time ago. You know, things keep trying to disrupt that, but it's lodged in there. Whiteness as normative and denial of racism's magnitude from within that white racial frame of trying to deny how big and real this is. And then as that funnels out, we have white fragility. So when we really start to talk about these things and address whiteness, we tend to have the fragility of white people. Not wanting to discuss race or racism, trying to deny it, trying to resist it, trying to run away. We're going to give you a chance to talk about this stuff and what this white racial frame means. So on your discussion sheet, got the page. What's page 3? Yeah, page 3. What are the challenges for people of white to see and name whiteness as an identity and a way of seeing and being the world? Why is it so hard for white people to talk about whiteness? How does the white racial frame and its accompanying privilege work against systemic change? What's the meaning and impact of white fragility? And how do you see resistance to naming whiteness in your congregation? So, I don't know what 10 minutes, maybe it's about 3:30. Okay, we'll just give you 10 minutes, so you'll just be touching the surface on this, but take 10 minutes to kind of unpack this and the meaning of white fragility and the white racial frame.
Think about, talk about, share it. You might want to share with the rest of us.
First point, I wonder if getting white people to see, name the whiteness as their identity and what's been motivating them. The real issue isn't, most people understand that if they go down that road, they're going to lose their power. It's not naivety, it's not stupidity. They know what the battle is. If I admit that, I'm lost. Cracking through that somehow has to be done effectively. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The issue is, it's not people are naive or not stupid. They know.
That's exactly right. You just named it. I don't want to give up no power. I don't want to share nothing. No, 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 no. So yeah, you're right. And it's frightening. It's absolutely frightening, right? For people, because then what?
I don't even know what's writing. They're just, I'm not gonna give it up and I'm not.
Yep. Now, some of them are just like, nope, and then some are frightened though, that, because they don't know what that means. If we share the pie, and not hoard the pie, then what, right? Will I have enough? I mean, all these questions start to rise up in people, which is a part of the pain, right? Of examining these things and not knowing then, what does that mean for my life? Yeah, did I see? I thought I saw your hand.
Scarcity rather than abundance.
Yes, right.
See the landowner that there's enough for everyone.
Right.
Piggybacking to that, I have a risky thing to say. As pastors, or as bishops, we talk a lot about the ELCA becoming more diverse. Are you willing to move aside so that some person of color could have your seat?
One person on the chat says that it's not just, I don't want to give up my power, but I earned it.
Right.
And then another person, oops, I need to expand, we're getting a couple more. When I encounter resistance to seeing and naming white privilege, I immediately feel anger and have a difficult time listening to where they are and what they fear. And another person, the other side is the freedom of seeing myself as I am, racism as a sign of sin, and learning to look, move, and talk in a new way. That's what I have in the chat.
I also think one of the things we talked about at our table is how whiteness is almost, it's a purposeful, slippery term. You know how we have this list of terminologies, because if you're gonna dismantle and you're gonna liberate from, you need to know what you're dismantling and what you're liberating from. But whiteness has changed throughout history. It's changed throughout even disciplines, you know, in modern society. It can change and morph. So that it can stay out of that light and not be dismantled and not be deconstructed and not be, you know, for that purpose, so that it can continue.
Anything else over there? Christine, anything else? Okay. So this is one of our biggest hurdles. This is one of our biggest challenges. This is the elephant in the room. And if we can't find some kind of ways to talk about it and talk about, you know, how do we again examine our fear of that this is for everybody, that God created all this goodness, these resources, it wasn't only meant for one group of people. And when people start saying things like, I earned it, right? Then we have to be willing to say, okay, let's go back and do your history work with you. And let's go down that line and see all the places where you stood on the backs of people of color to be where you are today. Because I doubt if most people could say, I mean, I heard, who was somebody recently I heard, oh, it's one of the people running for governor in Wisconsin. I'm a self-made man. How the hell did you do that? And nobody challenges this language. And then let people say this, how are you gonna be a self-made man? You didn't create yourself. And then everything that you're standing on somebody's backs. to be this millionaire. You know, how many people, even the thousands of people that he has working for him, he doesn't even see them as a part of making him who he is today. I'm the top, I'm the cherry. Right, and that's what we have to deal with. How do we help people? Because that is enticing, it's seductive, it's addictive. I mean, that's all the stuff, man, we're sick. We got to deal with the disease. We have to deal with our sickness. I mean, and it means we're spitting it out. What, spewing it up, right? Purging, there's a purging that needs to happen. No, and it's not going to be the same. We can be beloved community. How about that? How about we have life for everybody and not just life for some? How about that? Right? So we have to keep learning the ways to come back to people and say, well, this is what we don't have. This is what we're losing. This is where we're lost, right? We don't have all this over here that we could have, right? Because you just want to hoard your little part and keep that, right? So it takes a lot.
Can I add
Yes.
Christian identity as part of one of those power trips?
Yes, absolutely.
Go, Faith, do you want to say something? Are you raising your hand? Oh. good.
My example is not
Put it up to your mouth.
to my mom. Yeah. Is it okay?
Yes.
Better, yeah.
My example is not necessarily from the United States,
Mhm.
even though I have laws from the United States. Sometimes I've found that with the example that I'm going to express, that you don't see it, the white might not be seeing, a white person might not be seeing or feeling that it's strange. I worked with a nun, a white nun, and our positions in the education center that we worked at were not pronounced as being senior and junior. But automatically, maybe it was at that time I was young, if you can believe it, I was younger than her. So there were these issues that she was white and she was a nun. And maybe at that time, more educated, she thought. So whenever there was something that had to be worked on, she didn't realize how her thoughts were different. And the thoughts were because she was white. There was an example where we had to do 2 workshops. And I said, I will go to the other center, sister, and you can stay here with the other group of teachers. That also was difficult because wherever she was, she wanted me to feel the fact that I was below, I was under her.
Yeah,
If I went to that other workshop, I will be senior.
Right.
And if she wasn't there, then so that became a real problem that she suffered more than I did because she had to run and follow me where I was so she can be in her vehicle and then had to come back to the other workshop where she can still appear to be senior. So what I'm trying to get is it's mostly some people don't see it.
Right.
Unless they are shown. And another example was when I was in England, when another lady realized, she confessed in a workshop and said, I realized I was racist. At one point, my husband was very sick. She was white. And she took him to the hospital. And she got to the hospital. There was an Indian doctor. And she confessed to us that she just said, no, find me a white and she's doctor. So if she hadn't gone then, she said she wouldn't have realized, because she was talking to us as colleagues in the draft.
Yeah.
She thought she wasn't a racist.
Right.
Because she was talking to us.
Right.
But when action came, it showed that she was.
Yes.
I have too many examples.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so, but we do understand the seriousness of it and what it is, the work that we have to do here. This piece.
That's a good example of how she had to work that much harder to follow you around. I mean, as Marilyn said a while ago, you know, this work is for the liberation also of white people. And, you know, there's these stages of white identity development. And there's that place where I was many times, and we move back and forth, of wanting to do this work to help other people or to help people of color. I'm doing this work for my liberation. I'm doing this work for the liberation of my white siblings, because we have to also recognize the cost of whiteness for white people. And unless we do that work of immersion and immersion, we don't come to that place where I can enter into authentic relationships with other people, just as me, with who I am in my white skin. And that's when we can work together collaboratively for the beloved kingdom. For me, it's looking into this box, and it's like this Pandora's box, and all the privileges come out. And then looking down deep and saying, without that, who am I as a baptized, redeemed child of God? I mean, and that's what we each enter this work within the church as baptized children of God in the vineyard. And God, the landowner, says, there's enough for everyone. And you don't have to be fighting over it or deciding who's more superior or who's inferior or trying to justify yourselves, but value each other. Value the gifts you each bring to the vineyard every day and celebrate it.
I think one of the tools that would be really helpful would be some kind of a tool that helps white people get at what their self-interest is in doing this work.
Mm-hmm.
Because on the surface, the self-interest is against doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
Holding on to power, holding on to privilege. And I agree with you that it is about our liberation. But I also, just as Eric was saying, the slipperiness, we live and breathe this milieu, and much of it we really are unconscious of, or we allow ourselves to be unconscious of. It's the same way, I think, with where our self-interest lies in doing the work. We're blind to what the way in which we could be transformed, because, well, the system is designed that way. So I think if there was a tool or a way to help us, and I'm thinking about this now as a trainer, that how can we do this work in a way that because we're doing it with mostly white people here, that helps white people see what their self-interest is in giving up some of this power, right?
And there are a number of articles and some of the things that are in the Troubling the Waters resource that I wrote on the Journey for White Christians from Privileged Partnership. It's looking at that, looking at some of the losses that are in there, but that is a piece that I really want. Next is how do we lift up? This is in your own self-interest if you are white.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a key piece. If we don't understand for white people what we lose and how much deeper that loss is in what I lose in authentic relationships and beloved community. But if I value the money, so you made them equal to us, well, I'd rather take the money than the community. I mean, that's sometimes what it comes down to. So just as a quick wrap up on this. This is some of that same challenge of that whiteness. So this is a quote from Beverly Daniel Tatum. And it deals with that transformation and the meaning of whiteness in this, that the very view of the individual is compatible with the dominant ideology of rugged individualism and American meritocracy, what Marilyn just talked about. I'm a self-made person. But understanding racism as a system of advantage that structurally benefits whites and disadvantages people of color on the basis of group membership threatens not only beliefs about society, about also beliefs about one's individual accomplishments. If now I have to think about, oh, I didn't just do this all on my own. One of the other exercises in Troubling the Waters is tracing back where we are and the legacy of privilege as I look at it. So the fact that I have a doctorate, neither of my parents even went to high school, but I was able to go to a Lutheran school and fit in and know the terminology. I had high school counselors who supported me, told me where to get my financial aid. I had parents who farmed and were able to get loans for that. And we were able to get the land because it came from the indigenous peoples. I'm not where I am today, just on my own. There is that deep legacy that we all have in examining who are we. But if viewing oneself as a group member threatens one's self-definition, making that paradigm shift from individual to group member will be painful. That's part of that painful shift for white people, because we want to see ourselves as individuals and everyone else as groups. But it's recognizing I'm a group. And that really takes a shift in thinking and helping people understand what it means to be part of a group. Couple of just white cultural norms to think about and how these operate in your congregations. Paternalism, deciding what's good for others, outreach to help others, not really integrating into the community. Volunteering. Volunteering is wonderful in our churches because we can do it from a distance. Task-oriented, white people always want to solve this and do something right away to fix it. And a relational distance in that. We avoid discussion of social issues and structural response, and we avoid conflict. Nancy Ammerman in her book talks about if any church wants to change, it must have conflict. We will not change without conflict, but it's that piece of how do we have healthy conflict? To have deep, intense conversations that don't personalize people, but we look at the systems we're all caught in and how do we work on this? But that takes, there's going to be conflict. One of the important pieces in the process of change is social reflexivity. Being able to talk amongst ourselves and have that reflective talk of who am I? What are my relationships in the world? So again, as white people, we want to talk about other groups and their social location and what's their reality, not what we need to focus on. What's my social location? What does it mean for who I am and where I am? What does it mean that I'm white as I walk into other relationships? And then finding those possibilities, but it means talking deeply. And just some ways to facilitate change. A willingness to enter in, a place to dialogue, seeing multiple perspectives, building authentic relationships, practicing social reflexivity, and ability to engage in conflict.
Okay. So we did put together and have included on page 13 and 14 and 15 some resources. So there's books, there's movies, there's videos As you look at this, you can see it's kind of set up the way the model was for people that are in the fear zone. This might be a place to start with them, you know, and a lot of people stood up and a lot of hands came up on the Zoom of, you know, we're dealing with people who don't even want to talk about this, right? It's like, why do we have to talk about it? There's no people of color here. I don't see them. I don't know them, whatever. So, you know, how do we begin this? But, you know, we have some examples of the kind of language you hear people, I don't see color. We don't talk about it. It won't be a problem. I mean, these are the things that people say. So we know if we hear these things, this is where people are, you know, so. But again, you know, and I think it's important to remember what Joyce said about it's a journey. And remember where you started the journey. And remember what you had to work through to get to where you are today. Remember what you had to put in. You had to read, you had to learn, you had to put yourself out there, you had to be willing to take risks. I mean, all kinds of things that you have to be willing to do if you want to see this transformation happen that she talked about. And then the second page, and so again, it goes through each kind of the where people are, and then you know, as you're looking at, are we in the learning zone? And then this is where we can go. This is what we can look at. If you're, you know, in the growth zone, here's some things that we can consider, because again, we never arrive. It's a never ending process. Then there's some books. There's a list of books that if you haven't already read, you might want to read some of those, because it's just so many ways to come at this. There's so much to think about. It's so, you know, but always remembering that there's a lot of people who are working on this. We don't see each other because we're all scattered all over the country. We're all over, you know, I just met my brother today. I know now, I can remember you. I'll call your face up. I'll pray for you. There's a lot of us that are trying to break these cycles, destroy these systems, dismantle what is going on. But we need white people to take up your share of this load, because you bear the biggest part of this. I wish I could soften it up for you some kind of way, but I can't. It's the reality of it. And if you, either you want to do it or you don't. And if you don't, then don't cry when the church crumbles. Don't cry when you don't have no ELCA no more. Don't cry. I don't want to hear it, because we're on the way there now. We are in that slide. And there's a whole bunch of stuff to look at about why we're there and why we're going there. But 25 years from now, I don't know how many of these churches will still exist if we keep doing what we're doing, because this ain't working. It's not working. It's not working for people of color, and it ain't working for white folks. White folks got to wake up and find out it ain't working for you, because your people don't even want to be in the church. That's the reality of it. Come on now, somebody. Am I telling the truth? People can't get their kids and their grandkids and their great-grandkids to come to the church. They don't want to come to this mess. This is what we have to dismantle and rebuild. It has to be rebuilt. And as Pastor Salim said, we have to get okay with talking about our funkiness, that we put ourselves in this hierarchy, and that Christianity, we act like that's the only way to God. Is, you know, this, well, okay, y'all, come on now. It's a little bit of messiness here. It's gonna get a little itchy. I'm gonna tell you now, because I know a lot of people that I see great faith, and they're not Christians. So it's gonna get messy. It's gonna get hard. We're gonna have to wrestle with our own stuff that we're holding on to, because we've been taught this stuff and we believe it because this is what we got taught. But it's like, can we work on our liberation so that we can be free from all this judgment and deciding? I don't get to decide. God is the one that gets to decide, not me, not you. So this is what we offer you today to think about. So we're gonna have you go into small group discussion, and those questions are at the end of page 4. So something that you've learned, appreciated, or see differently, a step that you might take for your learning and growth, ways you see white cultural norms working to inhibit authentic partnerships within your synod and or among congregations and communities, and, you know, maybe a first step in how you want to deal with that. So what do we got, about 7 minutes, 6 minutes? What's the time for us here? Because we're gonna end.
Quickly after that, we can take 10.
Okay. Okay, so we can take 10 minutes. Okay, we can take 10 minutes to share that among yourselves, and then we'll just take a little feedback and do a closing. Okay?
Deacon Laura.
Okay. Final chance to share something from your group or something you learned, appreciated, or any thoughts on how you will move forward.
Okay.
I like to think academically, and I realize that don't do it. It's gotta get personal. Step back and, you know, I mean, even if I'm gonna be a trainer on this, I'm gotta look in my own history, my own family tree history to figure out some things that it's not academic. It's more than that.
The circle of socialization stuck up and creating dissonance to get out of that cycle, and being aware of a couple of things with that. Not only that if we press to create dissonance in the community, we also have to be ready for the dissonance to come up within ourselves, and how to know how to process that and deal with that in a way that that still continues to be patient and faithful. But also to make sure that it's creating dissonance for the sake of liberation, and not creating dissonance just because why not? Because it's a Tuesday, right?
Right.
That's like just continually being mindful of what is the dissonance trying to create, and what's it for? What is the purpose of it? What does it drive toward? And is it being faithful to who I'm trying to be, and who what I want to create, or what I want to bring?
Oh. After, okay, then I have a couple.
I think for me today, one thing that stood out for me was this idea of just storytelling, and how that has a lot of power and meaning for people, and then, you know, listening to people's stories and learning from them. You know, we could try to start at, you know, at a theological level, or at a very intellectual, academic level, but what if we just started at a personal level and just learned people's stories and created spaces for people to share those stories? And even for myself in this work, maybe my greatest asset is my story, and that could be the thing that I share in this work as we move on, just being myself and sharing that. So thank you.
A couple from our friends, as Pastor Janelle says, in the great living room in the sky. One person says, I'll watch The Danger of a Single Story again in full. And I'll try to remember to hear all the stories and not just the single story before jumping into discussion. I appreciate, and this is another person, I appreciated the morning process of sharing our own stories. That seems very accessible place to start. Thank you. Another person in loudy caps, do not give up. It won't be easy, but we all have to do our parts. So, yeah, and then some thanks to their counterparts and stuff.
I've got to give credit to this to you, Brigitte, when we were talking about Richard Webb's teaching about every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. The ELCA is perfectly designed to get the outcome results it's getting.
Great job.
And boy, I'm going to do this training these next 2 days, but I'm not real hopeful. Okay, until we do some majors and Pastor Seelan, you're saying how do we completely change theological education, structural integrity, sending $50,000 every year out of our budget for Luther Seminary to continue to do the same way they were training pastors and saying we're just going to keep doing that? That's crazy. That's not a model.
What's the author's name that you said?
Miguel de la Torre.
Miguel de la Torre.
Yep, embracing hopelessness.
Embrace that hopelessness, because that means we gotta destroy this. This ain't working. This ain't working. There's a lot of good stuff in the church, and this is the thing we have to understand. We're not saying that there's not a lot of gift, blessing, love, and things in the church, but not in the system that we are working in and have created. And it covers up all of that gospel teaching. That's what this does. All that stuff we're supposed to be talking about, we can't talk about.
Okay. Two things, always two things, right? First, I went through a very difficult time in my life last year, and I had pastors would say, Sling, hold on to hope. At that time, I couldn't, and I told them, I can't do it, but if you can, you do it for me. So look around here and look at the people who are here and know that we're to hold on to this hope together. Then the second question, I noticed, I don't know why it took me so long to know this, but why are all us colored people like spread out to each table? Can you put us all together so that our trauma can be healed in one session?
That is some additional work that we need to do. And I've done some of that work, and it is a gift. So send a note to the ELCA, tell them we need some money because we want to come together and do some of our work.
Or maybe we all need to make sure we connect and, like they have the Black Caucus, maybe we have a colored people.
Come on, baby. Tell somebody. That's what we come. We do that. When we do our anti-racism work, that is exactly how we do it. You do caucus. The people of color need to talk to people of color sometimes just by themselves, because we have some stuff different for us that we have to be healed from, purge. Like you said, get each other's back, how we gonna hold each other up in this work, right? And the white people, you need to do the same thing. So there's some stuff that some of you need to say to some of your siblings that we can't say. So that is very, very important. Do not do this work alone. That's what Joyce said. Do not do this work alone. So just closing piece before Marilyn does a closing reading, two announcements that Christina is going to send out a link to you tonight or tomorrow. We'll see when we connect on this for an evaluation. So we really appreciate that. It's going to help us. We never do the same thing the same. So it's like training the trainer. I don't know. You never do the same thing the same. But it will also be good feedback as you look at your teams in the Synod of what are the things that are really good and helpful. And then watch also maybe for a Zoom link possibly, and this is for you on Zoom. you made the announcement of people in the room to stay for Merlin's presentation.
I think so. I'm asking Merlin's permission.
Right. Okay, so just wait and see if he gives permission. So you on Zoom can look for another Zoom link that might be coming. If it doesn't come by 6:15, then
I'll do a new one. But I have everyone's emails, so if you don't see an email from me by 6:15, you're not gonna get one, or check your spam. Some people's email boxes don't like my email.
We'll know real soon here.
Okay, that sounds good.
We'll know by 5.
Okay.
Can we get that Zoom link too? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
You send it to all of us in case we have to go back home?
Yeah, if I can, I will send you, because I have your emails in a separate little area too. So check your spam.
What else do you know about it?
All right.
And then, yeah.
All right, it's time to go. So let's stand up and let's hold up our hands over each other so we can bless each other. Triune God, you are perfect community. Heal the fractures in and among ourselves, that together we may go out into the world proclaiming the love that hides from nothing. Bless all of us with the courage and the endurance needed to proclaim the gospel of peace, repentance, and reconciliation. Give us joy in our work, patience with ourselves and each other, and boldness in our daily walk with you. In the name of our mothering God and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good work today.
I just want to say thank you to you, Marilyn, and you, Joyce. You're going to be with some of us for a couple more days, but for those, on behalf of those who won't be with us, thank you for your courage and your vulnerability in helping us to get started on this really important work. This is absolutely vital work. So thank you.
Amen.
We're good too. I will tell you in a moment what the next couple things are. I have to respond to some of our online friends. And I will let you all know.
Right.
Having a larger conversation.
People. And so it's really essential that we have as a part of our work, some part of the program that focuses our learning on the ways in which this issue is relevant and vital as it relates to our Ojibwe neighbors. So we reached out to Merlin Deegan, who is the cultural director for the White Earth Nation. And he graciously agreed to come here and share tonight. And Merlin said he would handle the rest. And he said, so Merlin, come on up here. We're really grateful that you're here with us tonight. And if you, there's the Zoom audience right there. There'll be a few more joining, I think. So thank you.
My notes. So, good evening, everybody. My name is Merlin Deegan. I work for my Anishinaabe name is Nisugabo. Pagitugo Anishinaabe Muda. I'm Makwa and Dude. So I just kind of introduced in my language a little bit. Bungi to go is just a little bit. So as Bill was saying there, you know, I work here. I've been working for White Earth since 2007. 07, I first came here. I grew up here pretty much when I was younger. My mother is from Saskatchewan, from Siston, Wapton, Oyate. So she's Dakota. My mother is she was a full-blooded Dakota, and my father was Anishinaabe. So my dad was raised right here in White Earth in Natawash, but it's about 25 miles from here, in a small little shack, a small little cabin over there in the back there, right in Natawash. And they were pretty much the byproduct meeting at Flandreau Indian School. You guys heard of Flandreau? You guys ever heard of Flandreau? So that's where my mother and father met. And so I always tell everybody that I'm a half-breed. Mixed blood, I tell people. So I'm half Dakota and Anishinaabe. And so yeah, so I'm half. Anyway, so just wanted to share a little bit about that. It takes me about 5-7 minutes to get over my nervousness when I first started. So you just gotta bear with me, you know, once in a while, especially with this COVID stuff and all that. But so that's who I am. So I started here in White Earth in 2007. I was a police officer. I went and got my degree in law enforcement. So I was a post licensed police officer here for White Earth. So I did that. And then, of course, growing up over time, we were raised in a Christian home. My father was Lutheran, so was raised as a Lutheran.
We like Lutherans.
So,
Well,
so, yeah, so I know about the Bible. You know, we used to go to church every Sunday and Wednesday, and then they had Thursday night youth for the youth. So, but as I was growing up, you know, the ironic thing of some of this stuff here is that I didn't even know my mother until shortly henceforth, you know, or before her passing over, that she was fluent in Dakota. I didn't even know that. Probably about 5 years. And that of course was because of the boarding school. You guys know about the boarding school? You guys understand all that? Okay. So yeah, and then my father, he understood a lot about our culture, what we call Minobamadazi, when our way of life. And so, but yet he raised us in going to church. So yeah, so that was that pretty much. Like I said, I was a police officer but before that, I have 2 boys, Merlin Jr. and Aubin. They're grown up. And then I got a divorce or whatever. And then currently I have I'm with the old lady. I just call her old lady. I'm kind of old, you know. I'm old school, I guess you would say, but I don't feel old school. But anyway, so we have a daughter together. She's 3.5 years old. Yeah, I know. You don't have to say anything. But so we have a daughter together. She's 3.5, and her name is Waba Anangikwe. So it means bright, radiant star woman. And so that was her name. So, and then her mother is Amy, and she has an older daughter. She's 20, I believe she's 23 now. She has an older son, Noah, and then Landon. And so we're a blended family, I guess you would say, call it, you know, pretty much the way it is nowadays. Today, that's just, I guess, the way it is. But so a little history. And then I have one grandson and one granddaughter. So yeah, kind of old. And we have and amongst a lot of the indigenous people, we have humor. Humor is one thing in which that we have. That's kind of the main thing. So I'll kind of jump around a little bit all over, but so I did that. When I was over in Fond du Lac, I lived over in Duluth for about 20 years, Cloquet area. And I worked with mental health over there, behavioral health. Actually started out as a group home, worked in a group home, was there. And then I worked for prisons. I used to go into prisons in the state of Minnesota, Walks Tall program. I don't know if you guys are ever familiar with that. That's an old program that was funded by the state of Minnesota. So I used to go in all the state facilities, correctional facilities in the state of Minnesota. I would do pre and post release of the natives coming out into, I was living in Duluth. So I think I had all the way down to Pine County, then all the way up to Grand Portage. So I think I had about maybe 15 counties that I oversaw. And then there was a county over here that oversaw all the pre-post release of natives, inmates, male and female, and youth coming out of correctional facilities here. And then we had an office down in Minneapolis. So that was pretty big. But so I was doing that for years. And growing up, I always knew that there was something wasn't right, you know, as a young man. And it was our way of life, you know, because of the boarding school. And so I know you guys have been hearing about racism, correct? So did you guys kind of hear a lot today? Did you guys understand quite a bit? So I'll kind of look at my notes here a little bit. So here's one thing I want to ask you guys. So in 1491, you guys remember that, right? Wow. And so how many natives you guys think were here pre-1491? Anybody just throw an 80 number? 4 million. Okay. Any more? Okay. How much? Okay. More?
There was 16 million.
Okay. So, because I do trainings for White Earth. And so when I was asked to create the cultural division in 2015, so when I was a police officer, they knew that I was doing cultural things. And so they created a position. The tribal council created a position, and that was called TLC, Tradition, Language, and Culture. And they allocated X amount of funding for that. They knew that I was a police officer, the chief of police at that time. So he asked me if I would become the community resource officer. So what I was supposed to do across the board was to infuse culture across the board in and out of the programs, you know, and so forth. So sounds like I'm going all over. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of history here. So that's how it came to that I was asked to create the cultural division. So during the course of that time, when I started to do that, what I was asked to do was to do trainings for internal, external programs and community resource to educate them on understanding a lot of things. So that's where I got to understand a lot of these numbers. And so I did a lot of computer work and kind of a lot of looking into stats and number and so forth. So I believe in history, they said 50 million natives around this continent pre-1491. And then as time, they went and they said there was 100 million. And then I read another article a few years ago, they said there was probably the anthropologists said that as they were digging up sites, so forth, 150 to 175 million natives on Mikinak-Minus. That's what we call Turtle Island. So I'm just trying to lay some foundation here, kind of give you guys some, so I can kind of go into this is kind of how I would do trainings, kind of a little bit understanding, because even our own native people didn't know that. They don't, there's a lot of native people that don't even know these stats or these numbers. Okay, jumping forward to 1960. Go ahead.
Just that perspective, to remind me, Turtle Island was up into Canada.
Yeah.
Down into this area, right? It was this
Yeah.
large area.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Into Mexico
Yeah.
as well. Okay, I just wanted my context.
Yeah, so if you look at the United States in a way, and if you take a shot, it kind of looks like a turtle. And so in our creation story, in the second, and actually the first flood, so it talks about Winnebago. Anyway, so I could go all over the place, how everything intertwines and interconnects. So staying on focus here, so 1960. United States Census, how many natives were counted on the census? Anybody? Anybody else? Okay. Good guesses. 524,000. Exactly. So after I began to reading and doing online articles and so forth, that's how many in 1960 were there. And so this kind of think about some of that, that's a lot to fathom, correct? And I'm not here to make anybody feel bad or shame or anything like that. I'm just speaking the truth, okay, about these statistics, because we all know data speaks for itself, correct? Okay, so I just kind of wanted to lay that down there. That was that. So that's where why a lot of our native people are the way in which that they are. You know, sitting at the back table up there, and I forget your name.
Charles.
Okay. Yep. So I met him a few years ago. He actually reached out through one of our employees, and he brought a delegation from India to come here and tour here in Minnesota, so forth. And then he reached out via email to come and to take a tour through White Earth because they wanted to meet White Earth. So that's how I met him. So I was visiting with him over there about that a little bit. But at that time, I was beginning to learn a lot of things and kind of look into reading up on things. And that delegation came, and at first there was how many? There was about 15 of them, maybe 12, 10, something like that.
Probably just 5, I think.
Okay. However many there was there. So when they came, the first thing one of them said to me is he introduced himself and he goes, "You know what? You're not an Indian." He goes, "I'm an Indian." And I said, "That's right." And my point is, even a lot of our own Anishinaabe don't even know that. They identify themselves as natives or as Indians. So actually, that's why I said I am Dakota or Anishinaabe, or what we would say is Anishinaabe. So that was one thing there. I kind of wanted just to throw that in there. Like, so with all of this stuff here, we do have a creation story. We have a creation story, and that creation story, I know a little bit, I've heard some of it, but some of the old people would say that it would take 7 days to hear our creation story. And so we were people of, we didn't believe in writing things down. And so it was all oral. We talked about it through memories. And as I'm sitting here talking, my dad in Natal, Washington, he was living in Natal, Washington, they had a house there. And then back over, there was a gentleman there that was married to my grandpa's. He married one of my grandpa's twin sister, Elizabeth. So they were there and they lived in that little house there. And he was a traditional healer. So he was a traditional healer. And so what he So every now and then, so somebody from the Catholic Church would come over, he'd knock on his door. And then he would invite him in, and then they would sit down and he would, teach him the Bible. And so he did that, he came there one day. And then my dad said, so Gaji Gaines means cat. So his name was Gaji Gaines. So he was my dad, Latin at the time. And then so he said, so what did Gaji Gaines do? The next day, he went to a church and he knocked on the door and he said, hey, yesterday you came over to my house and you shared your with me. So I'm going to share our creation story with you. So what he had it on is he had it on a deer skin. He had it on a deer skin. My dad seen it, and it was pictographs. So it was a picture. My dad said that deer skin was about this big, about like that, and it was all pictures. And it was in a sequence of order. And he said that he would point to this little pictograph on here, and then he would tell him the creation story. So he had our whole creation story on this deer skin. So we have our creation story and where we came from, and it's called Buganagijic. So they say that. So Anishinaabe, a quick synopsis is Anishinaabe. So it means original man, and then it also means that hence that we were lowered into the earth from the earth. And so they say that we, as Anishinaabe, they say that we come from the stars. That's our belief, that we come from the stars. And a Buganagijic is a hole in the sky. So that there's a constellation up there. There's a constellation up there that we say that we came from. And that's actually the Pleiades constellation. They say that that's where we came from. And that when the Creator put us here on the earth here, that the Creator created the world and the universe, and our Mother Earth is our mama or our grandmother, and then the sun is our grandpa, and the moon is our grandma. And then our I guess Jesus would be Winnebuju. You guys ever heard of Winnebuju? So that would kind of correlate how we as Anishinaabes in our creation story is that Winnebuju was like that. So we have a whole story. There's stories that when Winnebuju was created, that when he was here on the earth, how he walked the earth and how he walked everything. God get you money or gives you money. He told him to just go walk about the earth and observe. So Winnebuju did that. And what he's seen is that he's seen that everything was in twos and he was all alone. And so at that time, Maingan wasn't created yet. So Maingan is wolf. So that's why a lot of the tribes in the state of Minnesota have that against when they opened it up, hunting the wolf and everything. So the Creator created Maingan, brought him out, and he said, now you have a companion. And now what I want you to do is I want you to walk the earth. You and Maingan, I'm gonna go walk back to the earth and name everything. Go to all the streams and all the rocks, all the trees, all the plants and everything, and name everything. So that's what they did. And so they walked the earth. And at that time, after he did that, he got done, of course, get you money to, so that's God to us, get you money, or gives you money to is the great mysterious. So that's how we believe in the Creator. So after he did that, he stopped and he just kind of said, well, God, I'm done. And so God get you money to said, okay. He said, now you two have to part. You have to go your separate ways. You can't be together no more. So he told Winnebuju, he said, you both will be feared and you both will be misunderstood and you both will be sought after and killed. what happens to one will happen to the other. And so, so now we know kind of some of the things in which, I won't get into a lot about some of the trainings that I do when we talk about historical trauma. You guys know about historical trauma, correct? So there's a whole thing there. But I just kind of wanted to lay some foundation here about where this all began, and how it began. And so I wanted to show a video, but I don't think I'll show a video because some of this stuff is pretty hard to digest. It's really hard, and so we have to remember that this is just my truth, or our truth is Anishinaabe. And from what I want to understand, speaking with Bill there, is that you guys want to try to understand how to understand your neighbors, correct? Anishinaabe. So that's why I have to lay this foundation. So in 1491, what happened was when he came here, then he went back. What's his name? Went back. And so I try to have humor, so I don't. So when I do some of my talking, I don't mention his name. I just say that guy that got lost. I thought he was in India. So that guy that got lost, and he went back. And at that time, if you know that history, so do you guys know what I'm kind of leading into? What is it?
Discovery.
What?
He did not discover anything.
Correct.
People already.
Yeah. But there's a law that was passed. Pape Bo or Papa Bo, you guys remember that? Okay, so you guys are familiar with that, yeah. So at that time, that was Orange Lions. If you guys get the chance when you go home tonight or tomorrow, next week or whenever, go on YouTube and punch in digital wampum. Digital wampum. Orange Lions, you guys know Orange Lions, correct? He's a great national speaker. He's with the UN, at the UN, and of the 6 Confederate tribes up there in northern New York. But he talks about that, the doctrine of discovery. And there's another gentleman that does an excellent, that's why I always try to show these videos, because they can articulate it better than I can. Mark Charles. You guys know Mark Charles? You ever hear him talk? Google him also. It's Mark Charles on YouTube. And he talks about that, the doctrine of discovery. So that's a key thing. A lot of the native tribes didn't understand the doctrine of discovery until like in the 90s. In the 90s. And Mark Charles and Orange Lions does an excellent job on talking about it. And so what happened is in 2005, the United Nations did against the United States about some land. So long story short, it was rejected at the federal court. And so my point is that Orange Lion talks about it and Mark Charles talk about it, but that is still alive today. It's still being enacted today on Indigenous people. It's still happening today. So, and you guys know, so here's some things too. So I'm gonna jump all over. So do you know who oversaw that case in the Supreme Court? No, that's another case. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed that. So it's not alive today. It's alive today. And so that's where some of the differences, not some of the differences, but that's just the truth. That's just where it's at in Indian country today. That's a reality. And so a lot of the native people, a lot of our indigenous people don't even know some of this stuff here. They don't know that. And so we migrated here. We're originally, Ojibways are Anishinaabe. We're originally from the East Coast. You guys know that, correct? You guys know our creation story. Another good book for you guys to read would be the Mishomis book by Eddie Benton Benet. If you want to understand some of our history, so when we migrated, it was BC. So that's how it was. I forget when about 500 BC is when we started, when we migrated. So we came from the East Coast up to here to where we are today. And in our prophecy, we were told to go west and tell where the food grows on the water. And at that time, we didn't know. Of course, we know what it is today. It's gnome and it's wild rice. But when we came here to where we are today, we affected a lot of movement on this continent, a lot. And a lot of our people, even our young people today, don't even know that where we are today for thousands of years, this was what? This was Ojibwe country, or Dakota country. This was Dakota, Nakota tribe land. They had all this here. They had it all the way from up into Canada, over to Montana, up to the Bighorn Mountains, to all the way down, and then all the way over to Minnesota here. If you read in some of the books here in which that some of them guys talk about, they talk about riding, Crazy Horse talks about riding all the way up to the mouth of the White Earth River. So that's here in Minnesota. So that's what I try to educate people. And so I'm just, some of you are shaking your head. So it's good that you guys know some of this. And so, yeah, and so a lot of us, and so I'm just going to cover one more kind of tough thing. So what happened in 1978? You guys know the indigenous people?
Religious Freedom Act.
Yeah. So it literally took the act of Congress for us to be able to practice our way of life. So when you think about that, and so when I do training, I used to do it for the tribe. I would do it for the tribe, and I do it for all the employees and so forth and so forth. So what I would tell them is that imagine, and that's why I know it gets kind of uncomfortable at times. Imagine that you couldn't read the Bible or the Quran or the scrolls of Hinduism or Buddhism. You couldn't practice that for X amount of hundreds of years till 1978. There is actually a case in here in the state of Minnesota. It was a Dakota man that went to prison for 1 year for practicing a ceremony. And so there's a lot of things here. So I just kind of wanted to lay this little foundation here about some of these things, and we wonder why some of our, so when you see a person of color or Anishinaabe, Dakota, Nakota, or whatever it is that they are, it's always good to have a full picture. I strongly believe that. So like, I used to work for another organization, and one time we had to go down to Choctaw. I was a TA, technical assistant for OJJBP, Office of Juvenile Justice Department. And so we had to go down to Choctaw. So what I did is I Googled Choctaw and I read up on some of their stuff, because we had to go down there for like a 4-day conference. We had to present to them about pushing their grants, blah, 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 blah. But my point is, I strongly believe that we should educate ourselves And at times we have to we do have to come out of our comfort zone. That's the only way we're gonna learn, and that's the only way we're gonna understand, and that's the only way we're gonna create change in a positive way. And that's what I strongly and firmly believe and come to understand. So a lot of our natives went through a lot of stuff. And so we have to understand that too, to 1978 and that. And so understanding Native people. So how do we bridge these? How do we bridge some of these things here? So one thing is like, offensive towards Native people is if you have kids and you go to Walmart or wherever it is, you go to get a costume for your kids or your grandkids, and you see a Native costume, whatever, that's offensive. That's offensive, The tomahawk chop, is very offensive. A lot of the sports stuff there, is very offensive. And so if that ever happens, just try to be positive, just trying to understand some of these things here. And then, so that the tomahawk chop, the 10 Little Indians, that song there, we don't hear that too much anymore, even on YouTube. Our daughter, she likes YouTube, so I'll go on YouTube. She likes Blippi and all them guys. And Cooking Squirrel C and all the little things there like that. So, And so another thing that we have to understand is that I hear this a lot. I hear this from people will say, well, Indians get everything free, right? They get free this, they get free that, they get this, they get this, they get this, and they get that, and they get that, this. And so you know that we're the only people in the world that has to be identified by this.
Say more, what?
It's my tribal ID. I have a tribal ID. So it's called blood quantum. So we're the only people in the world that has to be identified by our blood quantum. That's why I said that I'm half Dakota and half Ojibwe, but I'm more Dakota than I am Ojibwe. So if I don't have this card, I can't go to the clinic or blah, 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 certain things. But why is this? Why do I have to have a card? Because of treaties. And that Pepe Bo or Papa Bo 1492, because of all of that. And because not only that, there's a responsibility here in the treaties. There's White Earth is currently under the 1867 treaty, but there's also a narrative and a push to reenact the 1855 treaty. Fond du Lac is under the 1855 treaty. There's several treaties. There are so many treaties that it's unbelievably unbelievable. There's the Jay Treaty and all kinds of other treaties that we could probably talk about, but I'm not an expert in that field. But there's a lot of treaties. So there's a thing that was given to us by the federal government, and it's called trust responsibility. Why were we given that trust responsibility? We were given trust responsibility because of what happened. Not just the genocide, but because of the stealing of the land, the timber, the natural resources and everything. So that's why there's that federal trust responsibility. And even today, it's argued in through DHS and even at the CMS level and everything like that. There's a lot of things that occur there through a lot of grants and so forth. And so when people say that, they say, well, we need to get everything free. I just got them paying taxes just like you guys. I had to pay a good chunk of change, you know, and I've been paying taxes for years. So you don't get anything free. We don't. Very few tribes do through casinos. Very, very few tribes. I wouldn't mind being a Minnewacan though. No, down in the cities there, you know, them guys, they're lucky, man. And anyways, or Miwok, but they get a lot of coinage, but see, humor, we gotta have humor. So anyways, that's part of that there. And so a lot of times people kind of misinterpret a lot of things about Native people. That trust responsibilities. And I've been sober since I've been 20. So I'm 50, I'll be 59 years old this year. So you do the math, 38 years, 39 years. And so there's a lot of natives that are sober. We do follow with sobriety. And just for your own statistical knowledge, from what I've come to understand, doing research and reading and talking to people. So about you go anywhere in the United States, any reservation, any tribe, about, I'll be nice, about 80% go to church. About 80%. I would say maybe even 85%. Belong to some denomination. There's about 5%. About 5% that follow our way of life. And then there's probably about 10% that just exist. They don't believe. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. And so a lot of people just stand right here. And they just go through life like this. They don't want to go to church. They don't want to go to any cultural ceremonies or have nothing to do with being Indian. Nothing to do with being Native. And so if you see a Native or if they come into your church and they're there, you know, best thing I can tell you is just to be honest with them, just to welcome them, you know, just to be open with them. And so every time I've been in the helping field for a long time, so every time I look at somebody, I look at everybody. I look and I look beyond what I see. So I try to see what's really going on inside a person. We all have trauma. That's what I've come to understand. Doesn't matter the color of our skin. We all have trauma. All races have trauma. It's all in our DNA. It is. You know, it's there and we have to acknowledge that. And so whenever I go places or talk to people or whatever, if I see, try not to be, I try to be really respectful and I try to not be evasive. You know, a lot of Native people, they don't like to look in the eyes. There's a lot of cultures that are like that. You know, we won't look in the eyes. And there's a story about that. We have actually a teaching about that. And so there, and I'm sure there's other stories than that in other ethnicity. But that's one thing. A lot of times we won't speak unless spoken to. We'll come into a room and I do this all the time. I'll come into a room and a lot of times I even did that here. I stood outside there, kind of check the room out, kind of peeked my head in there and kind of walked. I went back out in the lobby over there and I was like, should I go in there? Should I, you know, and that's just me being human, you know, just being a human being. And so we have to understand that when the Creator created us all, we're all human beings, right? That's it. We come into this world with nothing, and when we go, we're gonna have nothing. And I strongly believe that we're all gonna be judged on our behaviors and our actions and how we treated people. And that's that's how we as Anishinaabe, we believe that. Even the Dakota people, my mother's people believe that. So that's why we say that we should respect everything. And in our creation story, like in the Bible, it talks about, you know, when Eden was created, and when Winnebuja was walking here on the earth, and all the plants and roots and everything, that what the Creator told Winnebuja is that all the plants and the herbs and everything are there for healing of the people. And I believe it says that in the Bible also, correct? It says that all the plants were for healing of all the nations, correct? So, so see, there is correlation, and even talks about the flood, correct? Noah and the flood, correct? We have a flood too. We talk about a flood that occurred to the people, and they say that when the four races of men or man was created, we were all given a responsibility. Every one of us. So the Asian people were given a responsibility, African American people were given a responsibility, and thus was the European man and us indigenous. So we were given certain responsibilities to take care of. And we as Anishinaabe, what our main responsibility is to take care of the earth. That's why at Sandy Rock, what is that camp that was over there? I couldn't think of it here. The water protectors over there, what was that camp called? Oh, yeah. I can't either. I'm drawing a blank, getting old. But anyways, that's why so many indigenous people went over there. Was because of the land and the water. And so it's our responsibility. And that's why even today, there was a lot of things going on here with this other pipeline coming up here, this XL1 over here. There was a lot of things going on, right not too far from here, because it's in our creation story and our what I would call, or what we would call, original instructions. So that's our belief, is that each race of man or was given original instructions to be a certain way. And so that's what a lot of our indigenous people believe in. Another harmful thing, and so our daughter's grandma is a byproduct of the boarding school. And so she turned 92 last year. And so I picked her up. I had to go pick her up. She stays over here at Minabamata Ziwin apartment elder complex. And so we're just getting to know her, and so picked her up. So we're going to our daughter's birthday party. And she said, so she got in the car, picked her up, we're driving. And she goes, "What do you do? What do you do for a living?" I said, "Well, I'm the culture coordinator for Whiter." "Oh, well, what do you do?" I said, "Well, I help infuse culture into the programs and things like that." "Oh, well, how about them powwows? Do you help out with them powwows?" I said, yeah, I help out a little bit with that stuff." She goes, "Oh." And she goes, "Well, you know, when I went to boarding school, we were taught that drum is evil. We were taught that drum is evil. So I can't even hear the drum. I won't even listen to the drum. And she lives about a mile from the Powell grounds. We have our treaty day every June 14th is when that the treaty was signed. So we have a celebration, blah, 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 blah. But my point is, so there's a lot of people today that even when they hear the drum, they think it's evil, it's bad. And even in North Dakota, South Dakota, when there was all that uprising going on, there was a law passed and the law is still active today. You know what the law is? That if you see 3 Native men standing together anywhere, it's considered a war party. And that law is still enacted today. So that's some of the things that we still deal with today. And so I don't want to make anybody feel bad. It's just a reality. And so be it Anishinaabe or any person of Native descent or whatever, we go through a lot of stuff here. So that trust responsibility. I'll share a little story. So I was just talking to the old lady on the way here, and she was down in the cities there the last couple of days. She works for Red Lake as the clinical director for behavioral health. So she said she was down in the cities. They were doing some things because Red Lake has a satellite office down there. And so she said they were down there. And so we natives, we have kind of a rugged humor. We'll tell you the way it is. We'll tell you the way it is. So she said, so they were all there eating supper, she said yesterday, and she said there was a new lady there that was non-native, and she was there, and she was so upbeat and so positive, and just so the old lady goes, there's a word called now I lost it. She goes, there's a phrase called happy, I forget what it was now, I lost my thought. Positive. She was so upbeat that Amy made a little joke and to her about her being so positive and upbeat that she took offense to it. And she stopped. She goes, "Hey, I didn't ask you to analyze me and to label me." And Amy said, "No, that's not what I was doing. I was just trying to be funny or be cordial." I couldn't think of the word. I slipped the word there. So that's some of the misinterpretation that we have as Native people. One day we were at Mount Rushmore when my mother was alive. So I was with my mother, her sister, and my cousin, her daughter. And so they're all we're kind of old, and then my one cousin, she was kind of heavy set. And so we were going over to Fort Totten for a memorial for my mother's sister's son. So every year, so they do a 4-year memorial. If you guys ever have the opportunity to go to a memorial on one of the tribes, it's something to experience. Anyway, so we stopped at Mount Rushmore there, and you know how it gets, when you're getting older and you've been sitting all day like this and your body kind of like, holy crap, man. And you get up and you hear this, that crap, and you're like, holy man, and so she gets out the car and she was walking and she's like, oh. And then there was, the sidewalk was there, the grass was a little bit, and she fell. She lost the balance and she fell. And we all kind of started laughing at her, but everybody there was a lot of people out and about. And so we were kind of helping, I helped her out. She just laid, she goes, no, she just laid down there and started laughing, she was just having a good time, laughing. But then here comes the park rangers about within like 4 minutes. They come pulling up alongside there, stop. It's like looking at all of us, and I knew exactly what they were thinking. You know, they thought we were or drunk, you know? And so my point is, so that's some of the stuff that, you know, sometimes you can't even have a little fun like that. And so a lot of people go into the stereotype. So my point is, get them out of your mind, you know, get that out of your mind. And we're just human beings trying to do the best thing in which that we can do. And so that was some of the attitudes there. Stories. You asked me to talk about stories and provide a picture of Indigenous worldview and understanding of Creator. I think I kind of touched on that there. I think I touched on some of the boundaries and relationships. So some of the things in which that, I think I talked about that, the difference is that eye contact. I talked about being humble, truthful, don't speak unless spoken to. A lot of us, like myself, I like to dress casual. Wherever I go all the time, I'm always just a t-shirt, blue jeans kind of person. You know, that's just, I don't like tucking in my shirts or, you know, kind of being all like that. Because in our creation story, it talks about that humility and being humble. We have the 7 values, the 7 teachings of the Anishinaabe. And one of them is being humble, respect, truth. And so we try to live them values that were given to us as Anishinaabe. I don't know if any of you guys have any questions or anything at all that you want to ask.
I'm wondering if people might be curious, if you could tell them what goes into you getting a tribal card.
Oh, that's a lot.
I know.
So I'm fortunate since I'm over half, I have to prove linear descent. My mother, on my mother's side, because she's enrolled in Sistine, so she's considered a full blood. She's 7/8, and I think she's got 1/8 Mexican. So she's considered a full blood. So we had to get that documentation from the tribal office with the tribal seal on it, quantifying it in that how much she is and so forth.
Is that birth certificates then, or?
And birth certificate, you gotta get a birth certificate, but you also have to get that enrollment card, it's an enrollment form, a letter that you get from the enrollment department. And then I also had to get mine for my son. So like for my son, Merlin and Aubin, my youngest one is enrolled in Sistine. So I had to get mine from White Earth, and then he had to get his from his mother's from Vermilion, Lake Vermilion tribe. So he had to get that form and then get my form, then had to mail it down there. Then they have to read it and approve it, and it has to go through tribal council. Tribal council has to see it, and that it has to have their seal, because we have a seal like the Minnesota state seal, and it has to be notarized and what is that? Documented, yeah. The legal division department has to have that. It has to be notarized by them. And so like a regular hope process just to get this card, then you can get your card. You get your card and that's pretty much, you know, it takes a lot like that.
Can I ask a follow-up? I've worked with a lot of people trying to help this process along, and last year there was a situation where mom had divorced dad and dad was deceased, but son couldn't then get any of the paperwork done because you had to have the paperwork filed because he was already deceased. So like we couldn't get past it. And it has huge huge problems, right? If you can't actually get a card.
Yeah, and so it's. Yeah, that's legal jargon. That's, it would have to go through the legal division. So we have, we have the legal department, we have enrollments. I think you can go on our website and you can see there's, I think, maybe 12 divisions. There's like 12 divisions, divisional directors that oversee each division: behavioral health, natural resources, public safety, courts, health, works, the roads division, roads. So we have all these divisional directors, and they have to do one thing, you have to go through that process. Sometimes what I call, you have to jump through a lot of hoops to get anything done sometimes, and that's just the way it is. That's kind of just the way it is with working in Indian country. And then we also have ICW. You guys know what ICW is, right? Yeah, no? Indian Child Welfare. Indian Child Welfare. So we have that. And so that's a whole different ball of wax to do this.
Yeah, see, my card has the federal law that enacted it on it.
Yeah.
And mine's a lot different than yours, but mine's like about, what, 30 years old.
I had an old one. I got actually an old one that was still.
Yeah, I
paper.
even still got my card that says I'm part of the Anishinaabe by Bessemer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Irma
we
Bismarck,
had
yeah.
those too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even have my hunting rights on the back of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't
yeah.
have to get my hunting cards.
You talked about some things about how we offend, you talked about the tomahawk chop and things like that. I know a good friend of yours, Mike Rock. And Mike said that you spoke to he's chief of police for the.
Public safety director.
Okay,
chief of
but
police,
whatever,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
2 titles, yeah.
Okay. He told me that you spoke to them, and the one thing that he gave this as an example, he said, my officers needed to know if there's a fire in a yard, probably not a kegger, it's probably somebody died. And that's something the cop needs to know, right? So we're church people, we're pastors here. So are there things we offend in church services, graveside things? Are there things that we typically do that are offensive?
So you're talking about our fire, so.
Or whatever.
So funeral fire, so we have a funeral fire, so when somebody passes away, we have our people, there's certain people that can do funerals. And so it's done in the language, and it's like 4 days, sometimes we do 4 days, 3 or 4 days. But what he's talking about is there'll be a fire. You might see a fire at somebody's house, maybe be a canopy, somebody sitting out there, people be sitting out there, but that's a spirit fire. So our belief is that we offer tobacco into that fire, we offer food, and we offer water. And we offer that for him or her that passed over to get over to where they're going. And so I think that's what Mike, because I remember Mike talking about that.
I can just imagine the spiritual moment, obviously.
Yeah.
And for cops to bust in there thinking they're breaking up a kegger, it could be
Exactly,
very insulting. So I'm thinking about other spiritual things that.
Yeah, good questions. Ask any questions you want. Now's your opportunity. So he's right, so a lot of the police officers don't know that. So like even, so like I carry a little pouch with me. So like, so this is some medicine I carry. I always carry it. A lot of us do. And I have a string. Sometimes people will put it around their neck, and then some people will wear it outside, or they'll wear it inside. So the instruction I was given is that we put whatever it is in here, and we have it against our body, touches our body. And so a lot of times when I was a cop in, so like if they had a medicine pouch or whatever, cops would be like, well, you better go and you better check if there's drugs in there, to be like, no, that's, no, you don't open that. You don't look in there and go see that. That's their stuff. A lot of, a lot of times though, so our belief is that this is our medicine, my individual medicine, or that person's medicine. So I guess if you see somebody, sometimes the younger generation today will wear it on the outside. And they'll make them bigger. And they'll put beads on it, they'll put a design. It's kind of almost like a show. I shouldn't say that, but I'm just gonna be honest. So don't go up and touch it. Another thing is, then I'll get to you, is don't touch our hair. That's one thing, is like, our belief is like, the only one that can touch our hair is our mate or a close friend or something. You know, well, you know, maybe your sister or your auntie or your grandma, or you want your hair braided, you know, then they could touch the hair. So that's one thing, is our hair is important. And I'll braid it, sometimes they don't, but they say that one of the teachings is that when we put it together like this in the back, we put it in a ponytail, that what we're acknowledging is that I'm owning my belief. I'm putting my belief together, and I'm telling people that I follow my way of life. So a lot of people will do that, but go ahead with your question.
Well, mine was more related to, so with your children, and enrollment.
Yeah.
So is there a certain age by which you enroll them? You choose if they're Anishinaabe or Lakota? How does that fit together?
That's a family choice. So it's, I mean, like the mother can, like with my boys, both of my boys, so my boys were lucky enough to be, they could either be enrolled in White Earth or insistent. So I gave both my boys, I waited to enroll them until they got older, you know, like 10 years old. My oldest, I said, well, do you want to enroll in White Earth, or do you want to be enrolled in assistant for your grandma? My oldest one said, oh, I want to be enrolled where you are, Dad. I said, okay, so I did that. And then my youngest one, I waited till he got older, and I said, hey, where do you want to be enrolled at? I want to be enrolled in assistant. So we went down, got him enrolled in assistant. So it's kind of like that. Some parents, well, but with the blood quantum, it's tricky. If you don't have enough blood, so the MTC, you guys know what the MTC is? Minnesota Triple Tribe. Read it, Google it sometimes, MTC, Minnesota Triple Tribe. So they have a website, they have a whole gamut, 9 yards there. You can even get bones out there now, but you have to be enrolled. You gotta have my number.
If you don't have your number, but I had an incident when my kids were enrolled to go to Minneapolis Public Schools. And as soon as they graduated or moved from that school, they were disenrolled. And that was really weird, because I am at half and my kids are quarter. And still they were sitting there, oh, they're not enough. And I'm like, oh, they were always enough, because my dad was a full blood. And, you know, they go down, and my grandmother enrolled me, so they had all her records.
So you know, actually, when they created the enrollment, and when they started distributing the land and taking the lands from the indigenous people, and they did the Dawes enactment. And in the Dawes enactment, it says that no Indian man, no full-blooded Indian man can own land. So that was, or this is a form of genocide. It is.
Yes.
It is. And so her talking here about being able to, the blood quantum. So a lot of the natives would just say, well, because back then they were given 160 acres per man. And a woman couldn't get it unless she was married. A woman couldn't, so like if she was single and she was full blood back then, during the Dawes Act, she couldn't get it because she was a woman. And so a lot of the women, if they weren't with the native man, so that's why we have a lot of mixed bloods today, because a lot of the Irish Really? Because they knew they could get the 160 acres of land
For free.
and so that's how a lot of that blood quantum works out, and it's tough to swallow today. It is. I mean, it really is, but it's what continues to happen today. You know, a lot of these things here that we're talking about is it just is. And a lot of Native people, I know a lot of Native people will never admit they're Native. And they want nothing to do with being Native in any way, shape, or form. Nothing. I've met a lot of people. And even today, like I said, you go anywhere in the United States, go to any reservation, it might be 7 or 8, maybe 10%. Maybe if you go down south to some of them tribes. But there are very few that still follow our way of life, our belief. There's very few. And I would say here in Whiter, 5%. And that's why our health disparities are so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. We have the highest rate of cancer. We have the highest rate of diabetes, you name it, suicide, alcoholism, opioid addiction, prison. When I was working for the Department of Correction, you know what we make up today in the state of Minnesota, the percentage of Native people? You know the percentage?
20%.
I think it's 2.9% in the state of Minnesota. Okay.
That's a lot of people.
1.9%?
I mean.
It is, but it's not. It is for the state of Minnesota. So.
Consider it was once 100%.
Well, no, yeah, but so what I found out when I was working DLC, because so when a client would abscond from prison, they would get released and then they would get abscond and then they would get violated and end up in county jails. And then the Department of Corrections is going, they have their own judicial process. Once you're on probation, they have a judge and everything and blah, 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 blah. So you go to any jail in the state of Minnesota, guess what the percentage of natives will be in there? 30 to 40 to 50% in any county jail. But yet we make up less than 2%. I believe I checked it the other day, it was 1.9%. So I'm just saying, Indians, we have humor, and so we call it EWI. Driving Wild Indian. And a lot of natives that live on the reds will not get tribal plates on their vehicle because they know that they'll be racially profiled driving down. Even here in Whiter, still. So there's there's a lot of things that there's a lot of things at play, and I think just understanding some of this history. So when somebody comes to you or comes into your church or wants to go start being, being that, and you understand all of that, and so we wonder why they're over here all the time. And I naturally just do that whenever being a cop too. I just go to an area by myself. And a lot of natives do that. And every time I go into any room, I was scanning the room. I was looking at everybody. And that's what all natives do. And I'm sure other races do the same thing. We go into a room like. Because we know who is renderful. And we're all intuitive. Every one of us is intuitive. We all have that innateness. We all have that. So we know in here. So when you go into a room and you just kind of, it's kind of whatever, and it's kind of like, okay, whatever, and then you kind of just do that. Natives do that innately. And a lot of the native people, so any more questions? I'll tell you guys a story from my dad. Any questions? If you guys want to hear a story? So, do you remember what I've learned with as training, I was told by the upper ups that when I talk, I have to be really careful because I don't want to not offend anybody. So do you guys remember when Peter was, I think it was by the Sea of Galilee, and he was there on the cliffside? Some of you there. Anyway, so remember when he was there and he was trying to cast that demon out that man? Remember that? You guys know that story? Yeah. So he was doing whatever it is he was doing, and he couldn't get it to come out, correct? Who just happened to come walking along? Jesus, right? Jesus just happened to come walking along. So, hey, Peter, what's up? How much? You having trouble? Yeah. Can't get this thing out of this guy. All right. So Jesus did his thing, correct? Did his thing, right? He cast that, talked to that demon inside that man, right? And what does it say it was about? Swine, correct? Swine was about. And so Jesus was able to communicate with that thing. So he was going to cast them out. And what did that thing say to Jesus?
Cast him into the swine.
Cast him into the swine. So then what happened? Jesus cast him out. He went into that swine. And what that swine do?
Go crazy.
Ran off the cliff, right? And so my dad used to say that, he goes, even that swine understood that instead of having that thing inside of him, or it, male or female, it would rather die. And then after that happened, what did Jesus turn to Peter, and what did he say? What did he say to him? Yeah, but there was a thing he said also. My dad told me this. He said, for that one needs to fast. But one needs to fast. So in our belief is Anishinaabe. So during our puberty rites, that's what we do is we fast. So we go sit out in the woods, and our belief is that we have respect for everything, for that blade of grass, for that ant, for that rock, for that poison ivy, whatever it is, anything that the Creator created, we have that respect. And the only way that we're going to have this understanding is by going out in the woods and saying no to water, saying no to talking, saying no to food, saying no to a pillow, saying no to a bed, and getting in touch with your spirituality. And so that's what we do. Not many people do that anymore. It's not many people. We did a training here the other day, and there was about, I think there was 15 young people there. So we were doing a training on peer support for behavioral health. And so I do the cultural part. So I was talking about cultural stuff in that. And we're all there, male and female. And I asked them, I said, how many of you guys fasted? I fasted, so I did that. I don't, it doesn't look like it. But I did, so that was one thing that my wedding taught me, was that I had to go do that. So I did that for about 20 years. Once a year, maybe twice a year. And so we can fast. So in our belief is we can fast in the 4 equinox, during the 4 equinox time. So you can fast in the springtime, summertime, fall time, or winter time. So we have the opportunity to fast 4 times during 1 year. And so we would go do that. And then we would sit out there and we would pray to God. We'd pray to get you money, or get you money to God. And it's the same. It's from what I was told by some of the old people, was that it's the same. A friend of mine has gone on, and all of us go through a transition point in life, right? We all come to the Y in life, you know. Everybody goes through that. There's a story, we have a story called The 4 Hills. So there's babies, I seen a painting, so there's a book by Peacock. It's called The 4 Hills. And it's on that picture, you see this hill, you see babies, you see young kids, you see adults, and you see elders, and it's on a hill. And so we call that the 4 phases of life that we have. And that's kind of like that 4 seasons there that we have to have, and that understanding. Anyways, so he's standing up, so I think maybe he's trying to tell me, maybe you. But so I just kind of wanted. Well, I'm trying to keep here, so I got about 12 minutes, so. We would have our kids fast at puberty. When they hit puberty, for a male, when their voice changed, and for young ladies, when they start their first cycle. And the grandmas would come in and teach the young ladies. We always had it gender specific. So the boys were taught by the men, and then the females were taught by the grandmas and the aunties. And they were giving all these things. And there are certain things that we couldn't do. And one of our beliefs is that we never know if we were going to be a helper or a healer. And so that's why we would go out and fast, to help the people, to have that understanding and that knowledge. And we need to. What I tell our people is we need to keep doing this. We still need to keep keeping it alive. It's the same. And what I'm getting at is my friend, his name is Lyman Lefebvre. He's gone now. He passed over. But when I first sobered up, I was like at that crossroads. It's like, do I keep going to church, or do I want to learn about who I am as Anishinaabe? And so, because I always felt that there was something empty in here, and I couldn't understand. And like I said, I didn't know my mother could speak full Dakota till close to her death. I didn't know my grandpa and grandma could speak the language. People were always coming over to see them. And then what they told me after, when they were getting close to die, is that they were asking about how to say certain words in Ojibwe. But so I was talking to my friend. I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I said, because I believe that we shouldn't mix things, So he said to me, he goes, what I like about old people is they just tell you the way it is. There's no beating around the bush, they just tell you straight. So he goes, Merlin, you see a mountain? Yeah. There's a mountain. Snow on top? Yeah. Just imagine, you see that mountain. And there's 30 roads surrounding that mountain. Doesn't matter what road you take. But when you get to the top of the mountain, what is it? The view is the same. The only thing different is the road that you chose to get to the top of the mountain. And so, the Navajos, I know a little bit about the Navajo people. So, you know, they never lock doors, even not today in their hogans. They don't lock their doors. You know what they do? To let you know that they're not home on their house door. Herman Williams, you guys ever hear a man named Herman Williams? So what the Navajos will do is they'll get a little rock and they'll put it in front of the door. So if you come up to their hogan and you see that rock there, you know nobody's home. So that's just kind of one thing. One thing that is kind of wanted to share. I don't know why I wanted to share that story, but that was that. There's a lot of different things, but so I think in closing, what I want to say is that, you know, thank you for listening to me. And it's always an honor to try to share some things. I hope I helped you. You know, I don't know. Only you know. If there's any more questions, ask. If not, that's okay. But I think the story I wanted to share, and I'm kind of like, but I think I will. Because my dad wanted to be a preacher. But since my dad and my mom got a divorce, he said he couldn't be a preacher. So he belonged to the Indian Alliance in Minneapolis. Do you guys ever know that? It was really strong in the 70s. I think in the 70s, there was like 9 churches in Minneapolis through the Native Indian Alliances. And then Herman Williams, you guys know Mocha. You guys ever reach out to Mocha? You guys should. Mocha is in Cass Lake. We used to go there for summer camp, summer Bible camp. It's called Mocha. It's right where the old Palace Casino was. Go down that way. And then you'll see a house and some buildings. I believe they still do Bible college there for natives. And so my dad, we used to go there, and Herman Williams used to run it. So him and his wife, and then there was another guy by the name of Dan Wetzel. He was a minister too. It was native school for ministry to become minister. So my dad was going to become a minister, but as I said, he didn't. And so he got into health, into urban health in Minneapolis. So my dad was he created the first urban health clinic in the nation. And he created the National Indian Health Board. It's a big organization now. And so he was the liaison person for the United States government. And his job was to create, I think he told me it was like 32 urban clinics. So he created the first one in Minneapolis. And then so he went out in the United States and urban and created other health clinics and throughout the United States. So when he was doing at the clinic there, he was working there with the University U of M out of Minneapolis. So he had a psychiatrist working there that they would see patients, and his name was Dr. Westerman. So he was a psychiatrist. And so that's how he integrated mental health into the urban clinic settings. So he was a doctor. And so they got a call. They got a call from the university, and there was an Indian guy from Canada was down, and So my dad knew Herman, and Herman was around then, and so they said, well, we got this Indian guy here, and there's something wrong with him. He's not right. There's something wrong with him. So I said, okay, would you come and see him? So they had him at the University of Minnesota there in a bed, and he was in restraints. So he had a thing in him. And so my dad went there, Reverend Pollock went there, Herman, and then that Dr. Westerman. And so my dad and them guys, that guy had that thing in him. But long story short was that my father and Herman were able to get that thing out of this man, you know? And so maybe one of you guys need to hear this, or a couple of you need to hear that. So I know that we call that exorcism. And so that's what my dad and them guys used to do, is help people like that. They did it very quietly. And so I don't know if you guys ever do that. If you guys ever come across it, you don't have to answer that. But to me, that's what, you know, compassion and love is about. It's about helping our fellow human being, irregardless of where they're at in life or what belief it is. We have to help them in a good way. And my father always tried to instill that in us, kids, is that doing the right thing for the people. And so for some reason, I just felt I needed to share that about my father. You know, he was able to do that. And he told me other stories. They helped quite a few people. And I won't get into the details, but some of these things in which that I know what goes on today. And I truly believe, this is my personal belief. If you're going to be a Christian, then be a Christian. 120%. Do it wholehearted, with your whole heart and your whole belief and your whole spirit. That's what I believe. And that's how I believe in my belief. And when we come together, we respect each other in a good way. And this is the only way we're going to learn, is by sharing our knowledge and sharing some of these stories in which that we have as people, and not getting into them stigmas. You know, when you see injustice, stand up. I don't care where it is or who it is. That's one reason why I became a law enforcement officer, was because I wanted to make sure that the Native people, when they got arrested, they were taken to jail with respect. You know, that they were taken to jail with respect. I forgot to ask you people online, do you have any questions? My apologies, I'm getting old. I apologize. I should have asked you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you so much.
I give these points for people who are living into our values. Our values are faithfulness, authenticity, and love. And by authenticity, we mean just sharing our gifts that have been authored in us by the Creator. And you did that for us tonight very generously. So thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Have a good evening.
Get some rest.